This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still don't know how to explain what happened that day at Mapleton General. It's been 4 months since Marcus passed, and I keep replaying those final moments in my head, trying to make sense of it. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this out now, except that I need to tell someone who might understand, because whenever I try to explain it to friends or family, they just give me that look. You know, the one where they're trying to be supportive but clearly think grief has scrambled my brain. My brother Marcus was 36 when he died. He had Down syndrome and had always been the heart of our family, the one who could make anyone laugh, even on their worst days. He got pneumonia in February, which wouldn't normally be a death sentence, but his immune system had always been compromised. What started as a cough spiraled into something much worse within days. I still remember getting that first call from my mom, her voice shaking as she told me they were taking him to the hospital. "It's just a precaution," she'd said, but I could hear the fear behind her words. I dropped everything and drove the 3 hours back to Mapleton that same night. By the time I arrived, Marcus was already on oxygen. The doctors looked concerned but kept saying things like, "We're monitoring the situation," and "Let's see how he responds to antibiotics." Those medical phrases that don't actually tell you anything but somehow make everything scarier. What followed was 8 days of hell. I barely left the hospital. I slept in that awful vinyl chair next to his bed, my back screaming in protest each morning. The pneumonia triggered a cascade of other issues. His kidneys started failing, then his liver values went haywire. It was like watching dominoes fall, one system after another. On that final day, I knew something had changed. I'd spent enough time in hospitals with Marcus over the years to recognize when the energy shifts, when the medical staff stop talking about treatment plans and start speaking in softer tones about comfort measures. They removed his oxygen mask that morning, saying it was causing him more distress than help. His breathing was shallow and irregular, making this horrible rattling sound that I've since learned is called the death rattle, a term I wish I could scrub from my brain. My parents were there, along with our younger sister Amy and Marcus's favorite nurse, Diane. We all took turns sitting close to him, holding his hand, telling him we loved him, even though we weren't sure he could hear us anymore. Around 2 in the afternoon, my mom needed a break, so I took her place in the chair right beside his bed. I remember the room was weirdly quiet for a hospital. The beeping machines had been turned off or removed entirely. The only sound was Marcus's labored breathing and the occasional squeak of rubber-soled shoes passing in the hallway. I was holding his left hand between both of mine, running my thumb across his knuckles the way he always liked, and then it happened. I felt this sensation start where our hands were connected. At first I thought it was just pins and needles from sitting awkwardly, but then it intensified. It was like red-hot fire in my veins, but not painful exactly. More like an electrical current. It shot up from my hand, through my arm, and straight to my heart. It wasn't a continuous feeling, but more like 5 distinct pulses or stings, one after another. I almost yanked my hand away, but something told me to hold on. As soon as those fire-like pulses stopped, there was this, I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was like a gentle breeze playing with my hair, swirling around my face. I know how crazy this sounds, but it felt exactly like that scene in Frozen when the wind is interacting with Elsa. Playful, almost mischievous, but incredibly loving, and that's what struck me the most. How perfectly this sensation matched Marcus's personality. My brother was always playful, always trying to make people smile, always finding joy in small things. This sensation had his fingerprints all over it. The whole experience couldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds, but in that exact moment, and I mean the exact moment, the nurse looked at the monitors and quietly said, "He's gone." I remember looking around the room wildly, wondering if anyone else had felt what I just experienced. But my mom was crying into my dad's shoulder. Amy was staring at Marcus with this blank look of shock, and the nurse was already moving to do whatever nurses do when someone passes. No one gave any indication they'd felt anything unusual. For a few minutes I couldn't speak. I just sat there, still holding Marcus's hand, which was already starting to feel different, cooler, heavier somehow. But I couldn't shake the certainty that something extraordinary had just happened, that Marcus had somehow reached out to me as he was leaving. The next few days were a blur of funeral arrangements, receiving casseroles from neighbors and fielding phone calls from distant relatives. I stayed at my parents' house to help with everything, sleeping in my old bedroom across the hall from Marcus's room, which no one had the heart to enter yet. 3 nights after he died, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning, not gradually, but suddenly, like someone had called my name. The house was completely silent, but as I lay there trying to fall back asleep, I heard it clear as day, Marcus's voice saying, "VADFAN." I nearly fell out of bed. Marcus and I used to watch this obscure Swedish comedy film over and over when we were younger. There's this scene where one of the characters yells "Vad in frustration, and it always made Marcus laugh until he cried. It became our inside joke. Whenever something went wrong, one of us would yell "Vad and the other would crack up. No one else in our family even knew about this. It was just our thing. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and whispered, "Marcus." The room remained silent, but I felt that same playful energy from the hospital, like someone was there but just out of sight. Over the next few weeks, I heard "Vad 3 more times, always when I was alone, always when I was feeling particularly sad about him being gone. Each time, it wasn't like hearing something with my ears, but more like hearing it inside my head, yet it was unmistakably his voice, with that slight speech pattern he had. I tried to tell my mom about what happened in the hospital room, but she just patted my hand and said, "Grief makes us experience all sorts of things." When I mentioned hearing his voice afterward, she looked even more concerned and suggested maybe I should talk to someone professional, so I stopped bringing it up. But I know what I experienced. The rational part of my brain has come up with all sorts of explanations. Maybe the fire in my veins was just anxiety manifesting physically. Maybe the wind-like sensation was just the hospital's air conditioning kicking on. Maybe I'm remembering Vad because my subconscious is trying to comfort me with memories of our connection. But the part of me that knew Marcus better than anyone else, the part that spent 36 years being his sister and best friend, that part knows something else happened in that hospital room, something that science can't easily explain. I've since done some research online and found other accounts of people experiencing strange sensations when loved ones die. Feelings of warmth, strange breezes, even electrical sensations. Some hospice nurses say these experiences are common but rarely discussed because people fear being disbelieved or ridiculed. What I felt wasn't just random, it was so specifically Marcus in how it manifested. The playfulness of that breeze-like feeling, the inside joke no one else knew about. These weren't generic spiritual experiences but tailored specifically to our relationship. 4 months later, I still occasionally hear VADFAN. It happens less frequently now, but in moments when I really need it. Like last week when I found an old Christmas photo of us and started crying in my kitchen. There it was, clear as day, making me laugh through my tears. I don't tell people about this anymore. I don't need to be told I'm just processing grief or that my mind is playing tricks on me. I know what I experienced. The strangest part is that I've never been particularly spiritual. I wasn't raised religious, and I've always been somewhat skeptical about afterlife stories. But what happened with Marcus has shifted something fundamental in how I see the world. I don't have a framework or language for it, but I'm certain now that consciousness doesn't simply blink out when our bodies fail. Sometimes I wonder if Marcus reached out to me specifically because he knew I'd be the skeptical one, the one who would need the most convincing that he wasn't really gone. That would be so like him, always thinking of others, always trying to ease someone else's pain. I miss him every day. The house is quieter without his loud laugh. Family dinners feel incomplete and holidays will never be the same. But unlike the rest of my family, I'm not tormented by wondering where he is or if he's okay. I know he's somewhere. I know some essential part of him continues, because I felt it leaving his body and touching mine in those final moments. And I've heard him reach out since. I don't expect anyone reading this to believe me. I probably wouldn't have believed it myself if someone had told me this story before it happened to me. But I needed to write it down, to put it into words, to honor what happened between my brother and me in that hospital room in Mapleton. That red fire in my veins, that playful breeze in my hair, that beloved voice saying VADFAN. These aren't just comforting fantasies I've created to cope with loss. They were real as the keyboard I'm typing on now, as real as the tears that still come when I look at his photos. Marcus found a way to tell me goodbye on his own terms, and sometimes when the house is quiet and I'm missing him most, he still finds ways to remind me he's not really gone. Story 2: I still can't explain what happened to me during my trip to Scotland last year. I'm writing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it. I'm an actor from Boston, and I'd been performing at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in a production of Misery. Yeah, the Stephen King one. The show was a hit, and I decided to extend my stay in Scotland for a couple weeks after the festival ended. I've always been fascinated by Gothic architecture and history, and Scotland has that stuff in spades. December 28, 2005 started like any normal day. I'd been staying at this quaint little B&B in Edinburgh, and I decided to take a day trip to Dundee to check out Glamis Castle, which is supposed to be one of the most haunted places in Scotland. I packed a small backpack with some snacks, my camera, and my copy of The Shining. I'd been on a king kick because of the play. The weather was pretty miserable, cold, windy, and that persistent Scottish drizzle that gets into your bones. I caught the train from Waverley Station around 4:30 p.m. The train wasn't crowded, just a handful of post-Christmas travelers. I found a window seat and settled in for the ride. I remember checking my watch around 6 p.m. The daylight was already gone, and the window just reflected my face and the fluorescent lights of the train car. I was about 100 pages into The Shining when my eyes started getting heavy. The rhythmic clacking of the train and the warmth of the car made it impossible to stay awake, so I let myself drift off. I don't know how long I was out. What I do remember is waking up disoriented, with something feeling off. The first thing I noticed was the lighting. Instead of the bright fluorescent lights, the car was dimly lit with what looked like actual candles in brass fixtures along the walls. The modern seats had been replaced with ornate wooden benches with faded velvet cushions. My initial thought was that I'd somehow gotten on a tourist train. You know, one of those vintage rides they do for visitors. But this felt different. The details were too perfect, too lived in. There was a smell in the air I couldn't quite place at first, musty, like old books mixed with something sickly sweet and rotten. The passengers around me had changed too. Gone were the people in jeans and winter coats. Instead, I was surrounded by men in dark suits with high collars and women in elaborate dresses with bustles and lace. They were talking quietly amongst themselves, their accents thick Scottish, almost impossible for me to understand. I reached for my backpack, but it wasn't there. Instead, there was a leather satchel I'd never seen before. My modern clothes had been replaced too. I was wearing a heavy wool suit with a waistcoat and a pocket watch chain. I felt the panic rising in my chest. Was I dreaming, having some kind of breakdown? A man sitting across from me caught my eye. He looked about 50 with mutton chop sideburns and a stern expression. He leaned forward. "First time crossing the Tay, sir?" he asked. My mouth felt dry. Yes, I suppose it is." "Nasty night for it," he said, glancing toward the window. "I'm Mr. Boosh, by the way, engineer with the North British Railway." I introduced myself, still feeling like I was in some elaborate hallucination. Outside, I could see that the weather had worsened considerably. Rain lashed against the windows, and the wind howled so loudly it drowned out the train's noise at times. I noticed that the other passengers seemed anxious, constantly looking toward the windows with worried expressions. A woman across the aisle was clutching a rosary, her lips moving in silent prayer. "Is something wrong?" I asked Mr. Bush. He frowned. "The storm. Worst I've seen in years. Some were saying we should delay the crossing, but the schedule must be kept." He checked his pocket watch. "We'll be at the bridge soon." That's when it hit me. The date. December 28th. The Tay Bridge. I remembered reading about it during my research for the trip. The Tay Bridge disaster happened on December 28, 1879, when a violent storm caused the collapse of the bridge while a train was crossing it. Everyone on board had died. No, this couldn't be happening. This had to be a dream or some kind of bizarre hallucination. I stood up suddenly, causing several passengers to look at me in alarm. "This isn't real," I said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. "This can't be happening." Mr. Bush reached out to grab my arm. "Sit down, sir. You're disturbing the other passengers." I pulled away from him and stumbled toward what I hoped was the door to the next car. The train swayed violently, and I had to grab onto the backs of seats to keep my balance. The smell of decay was getting stronger, and I realized with horror that it was coming from the passengers themselves. Up close, their skin had a grayish tinge, and some had what looked like water damage to their clothes. I made it to the door between cars and yanked it open. The wind and rain hit me like a physical blow. Through the darkness and the storm, I could make out the skeletal structure of an iron bridge stretching out over churning black water. We were already on the Tay Bridge. The train gave a sudden lurch, and I heard screams from the car behind me. Looking back, I saw passengers in a panic, some trying to force open the windows, others huddled together in prayer. Mr. Bush was standing now, his face a mask of resignation. "It's happening again," he said, his voice somehow carrying over the chaos. "It always happens again." The words sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the wind and rain soaking through my clothes. Before I could respond, there was a deafening crack, and the car tilted sharply. The bridge was collapsing. I grabbed onto the doorframe, desperate to hold on to something, anything. Through the open door, I could see passengers from other cars jumping from the train, plunging into the icy river below. The screams grew louder as our car began to tip toward the water. Mr. Bush appeared beside me, his hand gripping my shoulder with surprising strength. "You don't belong here," he shouted over the wind. "You need to wake up." The car broke free from the tracks with a screech of metal, and we were falling. I remember the sickening, weightless feeling, the screams cutting off as we hit the water. The icy cold was a shock that drove the air from my lungs. Water rushed in through the broken windows and doors, rising rapidly inside the car. I tried to swim to find a way out, but the current was too strong, and the darkness was absolute. My lungs burned for air, and panic took over completely. This was it. I was going to drown in a disaster that had happened over 100 years ago. As the water closed over my head and my consciousness started to fade, I heard Mr. Bush's voice one last time. "Wake up." And I did. I jerked awake with a gasp that turned the heads of several nearby passengers. I was back in the modern train, sitting in my original seat. My copy of The Shining had fallen to the floor, and my backpack was right where I'd left it. Outside the window, I could see the lights of a station approaching. The digital display at the front of the car showed Dundee. My heart was still racing, and I was drenched in sweat. It had been just a dream. An incredibly vivid, terrifying dream, but a dream nonetheless. I took several deep breaths, trying to calm myself as the train pulled into the station. As I gathered my things, the elderly woman sitting across from me wrinkled her nose. "I don't mean to be rude," she said in a thick Scottish accent, "but there's a terrible smell, like something that's been in water too long." I froze. Several other passengers were looking at me now, some covering their noses discreetly. I raised my arm slightly and caught a whiff of it myself. the unmistakable smell of river water and decay that had permeated the phantom train. My legs felt weak as I made my way off the train and onto the platform. The station was modern and brightly lit, a stark contrast to the Victorian nightmare I'd just experienced. I needed to ground myself in reality, to prove to myself that it had just been a dream. I spotted an information desk and approached the middle-aged man working there. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Could you tell me anything about the Tay Bridge disaster?" He looked up from his computer. "Aye, terrible tragedy that was. December 28th, 1879. Storm brought down the bridge while a train was crossing. All 74 souls aboard were lost." "No survivors?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "None," he confirmed. "There's a memorial plaque just outside if you're interested." I thanked him and walked to where he'd indicated. Sure enough, there was a bronze plaque commemorating the disaster, listing the date and the number of victims. 74 people, including the engineer named Thomas Bush. Thomas Bush. Not Mr. Bush, as he'd introduced himself to me. A small detail, but one that gave me a moment of relief. Maybe it had been just a nightmare after all, my mind incorporating facts I'd read somewhere and forgotten. That relief was short-lived. As I turned to leave, I noticed my reflection in a nearby window. My clothes were completely dry, but there was something dark sticking out of my jacket pocket, something that hadn't been there before. I pulled it out with trembling fingers. It was an antique pocket watch, its case dented and tarnished. When I opened it, the hands were stopped at 7:15 p.m., and there was an inscription inside, "T. Bush, with gratitude for your service, NBR 1877. I still have the watch. It sits in my desk drawer, and sometimes late at night I can hear it ticking, even though it hasn't worked since the day it was pulled from the Tay River with its owner's body. I've tried to research what happened to me, to find some explanation, but there's nothing that makes sense. All I know is that every December 28th since then, I wake up with the smell of river water in my nostrils and the sound of screaming in my ears. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see Mr. Bush standing behind me, water dripping from his clothes, his eyes fixed on mine, waiting. Story 3. I've debated for years whether to share this experience. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or the supernatural, or at least I wasn't until 2011 when I was 25. I met Steve on New Year's Eve at a friend's party. He was charming, funny, and we hit it off immediately. Dark hair, green eyes, great smile, the whole package. By February, we were officially dating, and things moved pretty quickly from there. Steve lived in Lake Worth in this old duplex that had been converted into 4 separate apartments. It wasn't fancy by any means, just a 1-bedroom with a small kitchen, living room, and a bathroom that always seemed to have issues with the hot water. But it was cozy, and I started staying over more and more. The first few weeks were perfect. Steve worked as a graphic designer, and I had just started my job at a marketing firm. We'd spend evenings cooking dinner together, watching movies, just normal couple stuff. About a month into our relationship, I started sleeping over at his place several nights a week. That's when things began to change. I've struggled with night terrors since I was a teenager. Usually they only hit when I'm stressed, exams, job interviews, that kind of thing. But these were different. The dreams I started having at Steve's apartment were vivid, violent, and absolutely terrifying. The first nightmare came after I'd been staying over for about 3 weeks. In the dream, I was lying in bed, but I couldn't move. I heard screaming, not horror movie screaming, but genuine desperate cries for help. Then there was blood, so much blood. I woke up gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Steve didn't even stir. I convinced myself it was just stress from my new job, but the dreams kept coming. Each time they got more detailed, I'd see flashes of a struggle, feel hands grabbing at me, hear a woman begging for someone to help her. I'd wake up feeling like someone had violated me, not physically, but emotionally, like something had reached inside and twisted my insides. I tried to explain it to Steve, but he just attributed it to my history with night terrors. "Maybe you're just not comfortable sleeping here yet," he suggested. Give it time. But time only made things worse. Soon I started feeling uneasy even during the day. The apartment had this heaviness to it, especially in the bedroom. I'd be sitting on the bed folding laundry and suddenly feel cold, even though it was May in Florida and practically sweltering outside. Sometimes I'd get this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was watching me. One morning in early June, I woke up after a particularly horrific nightmare. In this one, I had been pinned down, fighting for my life while something, pressed down on my chest. I could feel hot breath on my face, hear grunting, smell alcohol and cigarettes. The terror was so real that when I finally jerked awake at around 5 in the morning, I couldn't stop shaking. Steve had already left for an early meeting, so I was alone. I sat up, trying to calm myself down, when I saw him. At the foot of the bed sat an older man with the saddest eyes I'd ever seen. Blue eyes, weathered face, thinning hair. He wasn't threatening. He just looked sorry. I blinked, and he was gone. I didn't tell Steve about seeing the man. How could I? Hey, babe, I saw a ghost in your apartment this morning. Didn't seem like a conversation starter that would go well. Instead, I made an excuse to stay at my own place for the next couple of nights. I needed space to think, to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. During those nights away, I slept peacefully. No nightmares, no cold spots, no mysterious figures. But something kept nagging at me, some connection I couldn't quite make. Then, on the third morning, I had this sudden, inexplicable urge. I grabbed my laptop and, without really knowing why, typed "Rape Murder Lake Worth Apartment" into Google. What I found made my blood run cold. The third search result was a news article published just 2 weeks earlier. In the 1980s, a waitress had been attacked outside the very duplex where Steve now lived. She had been dragged inside, sexually assaulted and murdered while neighbors ignored her screams, thinking it was just a domestic dispute. The case had gone cold for decades until the perpetrator, now an old man, had confessed to the crime. The article included a mugshot. It was him, the same blue-eyed man I had seen sitting at the foot of Steve's bed. The same sad, regretful eyes. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll down to read more. The victim had been 25 years old, exactly my age. I felt sick, physically sick. I ran to the bathroom and threw up, my mind racing with the implications. How could I have seen this man? How could I have been dreaming about a murder that happened before I was even born? When I finally calmed down enough to think clearly, I realized I needed to know more. I looked up the address mentioned in the article. It matched Steve's exactly, not just the building, but the specific apartment. The murder had happened in the very bedroom where I'd been sleeping for months. I didn't tell Steve right away. Instead, I did more research, digging up old newspaper clippings online, reading everything I could find about the case. The woman's name was Elaine. She had worked at a diner a few blocks away. She had been walking home late after her shift when the man, her killer's name was Robert Miller, approached her. According to his confession, he had been drinking heavily and followed her to her apartment. When she rejected his advances, he forced his way inside and attacked her. What struck me hardest was that multiple neighbors reported hearing screams that night but did nothing. One thought it was just a couple fighting. Another assumed someone was watching a horror movie too loudly. No one called the police until the next morning, when Elaine didn't show up for work and her manager came looking for her. That weekend, I went back to Steve's place. I had to see if the feelings, the nightmares, would return. They did, worse than before. That night, I dreamed I was Elaine. I felt what she felt, the terror, the pain, the betrayal, as she screamed and no one came to help. I woke up sobbing so hard I couldn't breathe. Steve was concerned, holding me while I cried, but I still couldn't bring myself to tell him what I'd discovered. It wasn't until morning, when I was calmer, that I finally showed him the articles. "Jesus Christ," he whispered, scrolling through the stories. "They never told me about this when I moved in." "They probably didn't have to," I said. "It happened so long ago." But we both knew this changed things. The apartment no longer felt like a home. It felt like a crime scene. Every corner, every shadow seemed to hold some terrible memory. Steve was practical about it. "We can look for another place," he offered. "My lease is up in 3 months anyway." But I couldn't wait 3 months. The thought of spending another night there made my skin crawl. And yet, I felt strangely connected to Elaine, like she was trying to communicate with me, to have her story acknowledged after all these years. I suggested we try to cleanse the apartment. I wasn't particularly spiritual, but I was desperate. We bought sage, said prayers, opened all the windows to let in fresh air and sunlight. Steve went along with it, though I could tell he was skeptical. And honestly, I was too, but I was willing to try anything. The cleansing didn't help. If anything, the energy in the apartment intensified. Objects would move, not dramatically like in movies, but subtly. I'd put my phone on the nightstand and later find it on the floor. The shower would turn cold suddenly in the middle of washing my hair. Little things that could be explained away, but accumulated to create a constant state of unease. The worst part was that I began to feel Elaine's presence even when I was awake. I'd be cooking dinner and suddenly feel overwhelming sadness wash over me. Or I'd be watching TV and get this intense feeling of panic, like I needed to run, to escape. It wasn't just nightmares anymore. It was like Elaine's emotions were bleeding into my daily life. One evening, about a week after discovering the truth about the apartment, I was alone there waiting for Steve to get home from work. I sat on the edge of the bed, the same spot where I had seen Robert Miller's ghost, and spoke aloud to the empty room. "Elaine," I said, feeling ridiculous but desperate. "I know what happened to you. I'm so sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry they ignored your cries." But he confessed. Everyone knows the truth now. The room grew cold, not slightly cooler, but freezing, like someone had cranked the air conditioning to maximum. The hair on my arms stood up and I could see my breath coming out in little clouds. "I hear you," I whispered. "I acknowledge your pain." The coldness lingered for a few moments, then gradually dissipated. And for the first time in months, I felt a sense of peace in that apartment. Not complete peace. I don't think that was possible there, but less heaviness, less dread. That night, I still had a dream about Elaine, but it was different. There was no violence, no blood, just a young woman about my age, nodding at me. Thanking me, I think, for listening when no one else would. Steve and I broke up a few weeks later. It wasn't because of the apartment, not entirely. But living with that knowledge, sleeping in that space, had put a strain on our relationship that we couldn't overcome. He moved out when his lease ended, and as far as I know, no one told the next tenant about the apartment's history. I've moved on with my life since then. I don't have those specific nightmares anymore, though my regular night terrors still show up when I'm stressed. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I think about Elaine. I wonder if she's still there, in that apartment, waiting for someone else to hear her story. Or if knowing that her killer finally confessed, that people finally know the truth, gave her some measure of peace. I still can't explain how I saw Robert Miller before I knew who he was, or why I had those dreams. I don't know why. Out of all the people who have probably lived in that apartment since the 80s, Elaine chose to reach out to me. Maybe it was because we were the same age. Maybe it was just random chance. Or maybe some places hold on to pain so tightly that it seeps into the walls, the floors, the very air, waiting for someone to finally listen. Story 4: I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last fall. I've never been someone who believes in the paranormal, but what I experienced that weekend at my mom's house has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. It was a Friday evening in late October. The leaves had already turned those beautiful shades of orange and red, and there was that distinct autumn chill in the air that makes you want to curl up under a blanket. My mom had to travel out of town for her breast cancer treatment. She'd been fighting it for about 8 months at that point. Since my dad wasn't in the picture anymore and my little brother Jake was only 15, I volunteered to stay at the house and keep an eye on him. Jake's always been a bit of a handful. He's going through that rebellious teenage phase where everything is an argument and house rules are apparently just suggestions. The main battle with him lately had been over his gaming. Mom had taken away his console during the week because his grades were slipping, and he was only allowed to have it back on weekends after he finished his homework. I arrived at the house around 4 in the afternoon. Mom had already left for her appointment, and Jake wasn't home from school yet. I used the time to settle in, putting my overnight bag in the spare room and making some mac and cheese for dinner. Jake had texted that he was hanging out with friends after school but would be home by 6. When he finally walked through the door at 6:30, of course he was late, he immediately asked for his PlayStation controller. Homework first, I reminded him, which earned me an eye roll that practically defied physics. "I'll do it Sunday night," he grumbled. We went back and forth for a while before he finally caved and spent about an hour half-heartedly working on some math problems at the kitchen table. I checked over his work, which was honestly just the bare minimum effort, before reluctantly handing over the controller. The rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. Jake played his games while I watched Netflix on my laptop. Our family dog Bailey, a golden retriever with more gray than gold these days, snoozed on the floor between us. Around 9:30, Jake finally called it a night and headed to his bedroom. I stayed up for another half hour before deciding to turn in myself. The spare room where I was sleeping used to be mine before I moved out for college 3 years ago. It still had some of my old posters on the wall, but Mom had redecorated it with a proper guest bed and some tasteful decor. I remember checking my phone one last time, it was just past 10, before plugging it in and drifting off to sleep. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I first woke up. The digital clock on the nightstand showed it was sometime after midnight. At first I thought maybe Jake had gotten up to go to the bathroom, but then I realized the sound that had woken me was coming from the living room. Thud, 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 pause, thud, thud, thud. It was the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not creaky floorboard kind of steps, but deliberate walking back and forth, with a pause between each sequence. My first thought was that Jake had snuck out of his room to retrieve his phone or console, which Mom usually kept in a drawer in the living room during the week. I sighed, threw off my covers, and padded down the hallway to catch him in the act. The thing is, when I got to the living room, it was completely empty. The moonlight streaming through the windows illuminated the room enough for me to see that nobody was there. The footsteps had stopped the moment I entered the room. "Jake?" I called out, thinking maybe he had ducked behind the couch or something. No answer. I walked down the hall to Jake's room and slowly opened the door. There he was, sprawled across his bed, blankets half on the floor, mouth slightly open as he snored softly. He looked genuinely asleep. Not the fake kind when you can tell someone just threw themselves into bed and is pretending. Bailey was curled up at the foot of his bed, also fast asleep. I stood there for a moment, confused. I was certain I'd heard footsteps, but Jake was clearly asleep, and Bailey wasn't roaming around either. I chalked it up to the old house settling, or maybe I had been dreaming. Back in the living room, I decided to grab a glass of water before returning to bed. As I stood in the kitchen, I heard it again. Thud, thud, thud. Pause, thud, thud, thud. It sounded like someone was walking back and forth across the living room, which was right next to the kitchen. My heart started racing. I peeked around the corner, but again, the room was empty. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I decided to set a trap. I went back to the living room, turned on a small lamp, and settled onto the couch with a throw blanket. My plan was to pretend to be asleep there, thinking that if Jake was somehow sneaking around, I'd catch him. The footsteps had stopped when I entered the room, but I was determined to wait it out. I must have been more tired than I thought, though, because the next thing I knew, Bailey was licking my hand, and it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. I groggily made my way back to the spare room, too tired to even process what had happened. As I drifted back to sleep, I thought I heard the footsteps resume, but I told myself it was probably just possums on the roof. Mom had mentioned they'd been a problem lately. The next night was when things got really weird. Jake and I had spent the day much like the previous one, him doing the bare minimum of homework before gaming, me trying to study for midterms while keeping an eye on him. It was a pretty normal Saturday. When bedtime rolled around, Jake went to his room around 10, and I headed to the spare room shortly after. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from not getting proper rest the night before. This time I woke up abruptly at what felt like the middle of the night. The clock showed 1:15 a.m. The footsteps were back, the same rhythmic pattern as before. Thud, 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 pause, thud, thud, thud. But this time there was something else, something that sent ice through my veins and made every hair on my body stand on end. A giggle, a child's giggle. It was high-pitched and playful, the kind of laugh a young girl makes when she's having fun. It came between the sets of footsteps, like whoever was making the sound was enjoying a game. I sat bolt upright in bed, now completely alert. There was no way I was dreaming this. The giggles continued, interspersed with the sound of running now, not just walking. It sounded like a child playing, running back and forth across our living room. My mind raced through the possibilities. Could Jake have snuck a friend in? No, that was ridiculous. His friends were all teenage boys, not little girls. And anyway, why would they be playing in the living room at 1 in the morning? Our neighbors on both sides were an elderly couple and a middle-aged man who lived alone. There were no children nearby who could have somehow wandered into our house. I sat there frozen, listening to the sounds of what seemed to be a child, a girl based on the pitch of the giggles, running and playing in our living room. The sound was so clear, so present, that it couldn't possibly be coming from outside or next door. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I managed to gather my courage. I slipped out of bed and crept to my door, opening it just a crack. The sounds continued, uninterrupted by my movement. The hallway was dark, but there was a faint glow coming from the living room. Moonlight through the windows, I assumed. I stepped into the hall, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. As I approached the living room, the giggles suddenly stopped. The footsteps ceased. Complete silence fell over the house. I peeked around the corner into the living room, empty, just like the night before. The moonlight cast long shadows across the furniture, but there was no one there. No little girl, no explanation for the sounds I'd heard. I checked Jake's room again. He was sound asleep, Bailey still at the foot of his bed. Neither had moved. I went back to the living room and turned on every light. I checked all the doors and windows, all locked from the inside. I even looked in closets and under furniture, half expecting to find a child hiding somewhere, though I knew how ridiculous that was. Finding nothing, I returned to the couch and sat there with all the lights on until morning. The sounds didn't return, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in that house. When Mom came home the next day around noon, I was exhausted and on edge. Jake had noticed nothing unusual and thought I was being dramatic when I asked if he'd heard anything strange during the night. As Mom unpacked her overnight bag, I hovered in the doorway of her room, unsure how to bring up what I'd experienced. Finally, I just blurted it out. "Mom, have you ever heard anything strange in the house at night? Like maybe a little girl?" I expected her to look at me like I was crazy, to laugh it off or tell me I must have been dreaming. What I didn't expect was the casual way she glanced up at me and said, "Oh, her? Yeah, she's quite a mischievous one, isn't she?" My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" Mom just shrugged, continuing to fold her clothes as if we were discussing something as normal as the weather. "She doesn't show up often, just plays around the living room sometimes. I think she's harmless." I stood there, mouth hanging open, unable to process what I was hearing. My mom, the most practical, no-nonsense person I knew, was calmly acknowledging the existence of what could only be described as a ghost in our house. "How long has this been going on?" I managed to ask. "Oh, on and off since we moved in, so about 7 years now. I usually just ignore her and she goes away eventually." I had so many more questions, but Mom seemed to consider the conversation over, and I was too shocked to press further. I've stayed at my mom's house many times since then to watch Jake when she has treatments, but I've never heard the ghostly girl again. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember my mom's casual confirmation and get chills all over again. I still don't know who that little girl was or why she was in our house that weekend. Mom has never brought it up again. and honestly, I'm too afraid to ask. Some things I've decided are better left unknown. Story 5. I've never told anyone this story before, not the full version anyway. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened to me 6 months ago in Clearwater. It's a small town where everyone knows everyone, and nothing extraordinary ever happens, until it did, to me. I've always been sensitive to things others couldn't perceive. As a kid, I'd sometimes know who was calling before the phone rang, or what my mom bought at the store before she came home. My grandmother called it the knowing, and said women in our family sometimes had it. But what happened in March was something else entirely, something that has made me question everything I thought I understood about time and reality. It started on a Tuesday. I remember because I had just gotten off my shift at the local clinic where I work as a nurse. It was around 5 in the afternoon, and I was exhausted after a 12-hour day. I was driving home along Miller Road, that winding stretch that cuts through the pine forest just outside town. The headache came first, not like a normal one that builds gradually, but like someone had suddenly driven an ice pick into the back of my skull. I had to pull over because my vision blurred. I thought I might be having a stroke or something. That's when it happened. 1 second, I was sitting in my car on the shoulder of the road, and the next, I was somewhere else. Not physically, my body stayed put, but my mind was suddenly witnessing a scene with perfect clarity. I saw Ted Gunderson's red pickup truck skidding across wet pavement. It was raining heavily, and his truck was hydroplaning toward the sharp curve where Miller Road meets Oakdale. I could see Ted's face contorted in panic, his hands gripping the wheel. There was a blue sedan coming from the opposite direction, Mrs. Patterson's car. I recognized her immediately. In this vision, or whatever it was, Ted's truck slammed into Mrs. Patterson's sedan. The impact crushed the driver's side door. I could see blood on the windshield, hear the metal crumpling. I even smelled the burning rubber and gasoline. Then, as suddenly as it started, I was back in my car, sweating and shaking. The headache was gone. The whole episode lasted maybe 30 seconds. I sat there trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it a daydream? A hallucination from exhaustion? It had felt so real. Too real. And too specific. Ted Gunderson's truck, Mrs. Patterson's blue sedan, that exact curve in the road. Here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. It wasn't raining. The road was bone dry. I checked the weather forecast when I got home, and there wasn't any rain predicted for the next week. I tried to forget about it. Chalked it up to stress and too many consecutive shifts, but 3 days later on Friday, I woke up to the sound of rain pounding on my roof. It had been unexpected, a sudden storm front that hadn't been in the forecast. I remember feeling uneasy all morning, but couldn't put my finger on why. Then during my lunch break, my coworker burst into the break room. "There's been a terrible accident on Miller Road. They're bringing in the victims now." Everything inside me went cold. I knew before anyone told me, Ted Gunderson's pickup had hydroplaned on the wet road and hit another car, Mrs. Patterson's blue sedan. Just like I'd seen it, every detail was exactly the same. Mrs. Patterson died on the operating table an hour later. Ted survived, but lost his left leg. I couldn't sleep for days afterward. How had I seen something that hadn't happened yet? And if I had somehow foreseen it, why couldn't I prevent it? I kept thinking, if I had called Ted, warned him somehow, would Mrs. Patterson still be alive? I started researching precognition, trying to understand what was happening to me. Most of what I found online was pseudo-scientific garbage, but occasionally I'd come across accounts that resonated with my experience. People claiming to have seen disasters before they happened, usually right before they occurred, but what I experienced was different. I had seen the accident 3 days before it happened, with perfect clarity. For weeks, I went about my life in a daze, jumping at shadows, afraid of what else I might see. And then, almost a month later, it happened again. This time I was in the shower. The water was running down my back when suddenly the bathroom vanished. I was standing in the middle of Main Street outside the hardware store. It was afternoon and the sky was clear blue. I saw Mr. Davis, who owns the bookstore, walking his golden retriever. He was wearing a green flannel shirt and jeans. Across the street, I saw Old Man Jenkins sitting on the bench outside the diner reading his newspaper. Then I noticed Bobby Winters, a 17-year-old who'd recently gotten his license. He was driving his dad's black Jeep down Main Street, texting on his phone. At the same moment, little Emma Shaw, the kindergarten teacher's daughter, ran into the street chasing after a ball. Bobby didn't see her. In my vision, I watched in horror as the Jeep struck Emma. I saw her small body thrown into the air, heard the sickening thud as she hit the pavement. I saw the blood pooling beneath her blonde curls. When I came back to myself, I was on my knees in the shower, water still running cold over me. I knew the date it would happen. Something in the vision had shown me, Thursday, April 15th, around 3 in the afternoon. I was certain of it. I had 2 days to prevent it. This time, I told myself, I wouldn't just stand by. I could save Emma. On Thursday, I called in sick to work. I stationed myself on Main Street from 2 o'clock onwards, waiting. Everything unfolded exactly as I had seen. Mr. Davis walked by with his dog, wearing that same green flannel shirt. Old Man Jenkins sat on the bench with his newspaper. At 2:55, I spotted Bobby Winters' Jeep turning onto Main Street. I scanned the area frantically for Emma. Then I saw her, coming out of the ice cream shop with her mother, holding a blue balloon. They were on the same side of the street as me, a few storefronts down. I watched as Emma's mom stopped to talk to someone, and Emma, bored, began bouncing her balloon. The balloon slipped from her fingers. I knew she would chase it into the street. I started running toward her before it even happened. The balloon drifted up, caught a breeze, and floated toward the road. Emma broke away from her mother and darted after it. "Emma, stop!" I screamed. I was only a few feet away now. She hesitated for just a second, looking back at the sound of her name, and that second saved her life. I grabbed her arm and yanked her back just as Bobby's Jeep sped by, missing her by inches. Bobby was looking down at his phone, exactly as I'd seen. Emma's mother rushed over, alternating between thanking me profusely and scolding Emma for running off. I stood there trembling, watching Bobby's Jeep continue down the street, the driver completely unaware of what almost happened. I saved her. I actually changed what I had seen. But the victory felt hollow because I couldn't shake the certainty that this wasn't over. Something fundamental had shifted in me. I began noticing patterns everywhere, in the way leaves fell from trees, in the sequence of cars passing on the highway, in the rhythm of conversations around me. Sometimes when I closed my eyes, I'd get flashes, brief glimpses of scenes that hadn't happened yet. Most were mundane. A customer who would come into the clinic the next day, the exact wording of an email I would receive, the pattern of rain against my window during a storm that was still days away. I started testing myself. I'd write down these glimpses, seal them in envelopes, and then open them after the events occurred. They were always right, down to the smallest detail. Always. The darkness became my ally. In the pitch black of my bedroom at night, with no visual stimuli to distract me, the visions became clearer. Sometimes I'd see events from the next day, sometimes from weeks ahead. The further into the future I looked, the hazier the details became, but the emotional imprint remained vivid. Joy, fear, surprise, grief. Time stopped feeling linear to me. The present moment began to feel thin, almost transparent, with the future pressing against it like a hand against a veil. Past, present, and future seemed to exist simultaneously, and I was somehow developing the ability to peer through the curtains separating them. I tried explaining it to my closest friend once. She looked at me with such concern that I immediately backtracked, laughing it off as a weird dream I'd been having. I could see she was relieved to not have to deal with what I was saying. That was the last time I tried to tell anyone. The most disturbing vision came in late May. I was driving home from the grocery store when that now familiar headache struck. The world dissolved around me, and I was suddenly standing in a hospital room. My grandmother, who was perfectly healthy as far as I knew, lay in the bed, thin and pale. I knew without being told that she was dying. I could feel the grief thick in my throat, could hear the soft beeping of machines. A calendar on the wall showed the date, June 12th. When I came back to myself, I was sitting in my parked car in my driveway. I had no memory of driving home. I called my grandmother that night. She sounded fine, her usual cheerful self. I almost told her about the vision, but what would I say? I saw you dying 3 weeks from now. Instead, I urged her to see her doctor for a checkup. I just had one last month, dear, she said. Clean bill of health. I insisted until she agreed, just to humor me. 2 days later, she called back. The doctor had found something concerning during her examination, an aggressive form of cancer that had somehow been missed during her previous checkup. They wanted to start treatment immediately. The treatment was brutal but effective. Today, 5 months later, my grandmother is in remission. The date I saw her dying in that hospital room came and went, and she was at home, weak from chemo but very much alive. I had changed the future again, but each time I alter what I've seen, I feel something shift, like ripples spreading across a pond. And sometimes I glimpse the ripple effects, small changes in events I'd previously foreseen. It's as if reality is fluid, constantly adjusting to accommodate these changes. The most terrifying aspect isn't seeing death before it happens. It's the growing sense that time isn't what we think it is, that our perception of it as a straight line from past to future is just a convenient illusion. Sometimes I wonder if I'm actually seeing the future at all, or if I'm somehow accessing all possible futures simultaneously. I've stopped trying to analyze it. The more I try to understand the mechanics of what's happening to me, the more elusive it becomes. It's like trying to hold water in my hands. The tighter I grip, the more slips through my fingers. Last week, I had another vision. This one was different, more fragmented, like looking through a cracked mirror. I saw myself standing in the woods behind my house at night. There was someone else there too, just out of sight. I could feel them watching me. In the vision, I wasn't afraid. I was waiting for them, expecting them. I don't know when this will happen. I don't know who the other person is, but I know it's coming. And for the first time since this all began, I'm not afraid of what I've seen, because I'm starting to understand that these visions aren't just glimpses of what will be, they're invitations to change what could be. Tonight, I'll go into those woods, and whatever or whoever is waiting for me there, I'll face it knowing that the future isn't set in stone, not anymore. Story 6. I never thought I'd be writing this down. Part of me still doesn't believe what happened, but I need to get it out of my head somehow. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of it. I'm still not sleeping right, and every time I see a desert landscape on TV, I break into a cold sweat. It was supposed to be a simple road trip. After getting laid off from my job in Denver, I decided to take that cross-country drive I'd been putting off for years and head to LA, where my buddy had lined up some interviews for me. Nothing fancy, just me, my 2012 Subaru Outback, and the open road. I'd made the drive from Denver to Vegas once before, so I knew what to expect. At least I thought I did. I left early on a Tuesday morning in mid-July. The first day went smooth. Cruised through Colorado, spent the night in Grand Junction, then hit Utah the next morning. I remember feeling pretty good that second day. Windows down, podcast playing, snacks within reach. The weather was perfect. That dry desert heat that doesn't hit you too hard when you're moving. Around 3 in the afternoon, I hit construction on I-70 just past Green River. Traffic was barely moving, and my GPS estimated a 2-hour delay. That's when I noticed a small brown sign pointing to a detour. Alternate route to I-15, with an arrow directing to an exit about a quarter-mile ahead. I didn't remember seeing it on previous trips, but I figured it was put up because of the construction. The exit led to a 2-lane paved road that quickly turned into packed dirt. Not great, but my Subaru could handle it. The GPS kept recalculating before eventually settling on a route that seemed to curve southwest, eventually reconnecting with I-15 near Beaver, Utah. It would add maybe an hour to my trip compared to waiting out the construction. Easy choice. At first, the detour seemed fine. dusty but solid, cutting through red rock formations and sparse desert vegetation. I passed a couple of other cars in the first hour, which made me feel like I'd made the right call. But then the road started to narrow and the other cars disappeared. By hour 2, the surroundings had changed dramatically. The landscape flattened out into this weird, featureless expanse. Not the Utah I remembered at all. My GPS signal started going in and out. When it worked, it showed me on a road that didn't have a name, heading in roughly the right direction. When it didn't work, which was increasingly often, I just kept driving, figuring the road had to lead somewhere. As the sun started dropping, I realized I hadn't seen another car in hours. No road signs either. The dirt road was still clear enough, but it felt wrong somehow, like it was taking me deeper into nowhere instead of towards civilization. That's when the first traces of real worry set in. I checked my gas gauge, just under half a tank. Enough to backtrack if needed, but not ideal. My phone showed 1 bar of service, then none. I tried calling my buddy in LA, but the call failed. I sent a text with my approximate location based on the last GPS reading, but it didn't go through. The sun was setting fast, and with it went my confidence. In the fading light, the landscape took on this eerie quality, like everything was slightly off color. The road seemed to stretch endlessly forward, a pale ribbon cutting through increasingly barren terrain. I'd been on this detour for over 4 hours now, and there was no sign of rejoining any highway. Just as darkness fully set in, my headlights caught something ahead, a small squat building with a single light bulb hanging over what looked like a gas pump. I've never been so relieved to see anything in my life. I pulled in, wheels crunching on gravel. It was an ancient gas station, the kind you see in old photos from the 1950s. Just one manual pump with a small shack behind it. The sign was so faded I couldn't make out the name. There were no cars, no lights except for that single bulb, but the front door to the shack was cracked open, letting out a thin line of yellow light. I sat in my car for a minute, debating. This place gave me the creeps, but my gas gauge was now hovering just above a quarter tank. I needed fuel, and I needed directions. When I stepped out of the car, the silence hit me first. It was absolute. No wind, no insects, no distant traffic, just dead quiet. I called out, "Hello?" and my voice sounded flat, like it couldn't travel more than a few feet. No answer came from the shack. I approached the pump, which looked ancient but operational. There was no credit card reader, just the old-style mechanical numbers and a metal nozzle. I lifted it hesitantly and was shocked when gas actually started flowing. While filling up, I kept glancing at the shack. Something about it felt deeply wrong. The door remained slightly open, that sliver of light unchanged. I finished pumping. The meter stopped at exactly 20 gallons, though my tank shouldn't have held that much, and knew I needed to pay. I couldn't just drive off. Approaching the shack was the hardest thing I've ever done. Each step felt heavier than the last. When I pushed the door open, I half expected to find someone sitting there, but the small room was empty. Just a counter with an old-fashioned cash register, some dusty shelves with ancient-looking canned goods, and a door leading to a back room. The light came from a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. On the counter was a handwritten note. $40 and nothing else. I pulled 2 20s from my wallet, left them on the counter, and backed out, never taking my eyes off that back door. I was sure someone was watching me from behind it. Back in my car, I locked the doors and started the engine. The gas gauge now read full. Relief washed over me. I could backtrack all the way to the highway if needed. That's when I noticed the road I'd come in on was gone. Not blocked or obscured, gone. Where there had been a clear dirt road stretching back toward the east, there was now just flat, featureless desert. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks in the darkness, but no matter how many times I looked, the road was simply not there anymore. The only direction I could go was forward, on a road that now looked more like a trail, heading west into absolute darkness. My headlights barely seemed to penetrate the blackness ahead. I sat there for a long time, engine idling, trying to make sense of what was happening. I checked my phone again. No signal, of course. The clock read 10:17 p.m. which meant I'd been on this detour for nearly 7 hours. Eventually, I had to make a choice: stay at this creepy gas station or keep driving. I chose to drive. The next few hours were a nightmare of sameness. The road, if you could call it that, seemed to go on forever with no changes, no markers, no signs of civilization. My headlights illuminated the same dusty terrain, the same scattered rocks and scrubby vegetation. I kept the car at a steady 40 miles per hour, afraid to go faster on the increasingly uneven surface. Around what my car clock said was 2 in the morning, exhaustion hit me hard. I pulled over, killed the engine, and reclined my seat. I told myself I'd rest for an hour, then keep going. Sleep came surprisingly easy despite everything. I woke with a jolt as dawn light filtered through my windshield. For a moment, I didn't remember where I was. Then it all came crashing back. I sat up straight and looked around. The landscape had changed again. I was parked on what was now barely a trail, surrounded by flat, red-tinged desert that stretched to the horizon in all directions. And on that horizon, figures, dozens of them. At first, I thought they were rock formations or dead trees. But as the light grew stronger, I could see they were humanoid shapes, standing perfectly still, evenly spaced along the horizon in a complete circle around me. They were too far away to make out clearly, maybe a mile or more in every direction, but they were definitely watching me. Panic surged through me. I started the car with shaking hands and pulled back onto the trail, heading in what I hoped was still west. As I drove, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror. The figures on the eastern horizon were no longer visible, but new ones appeared to the west, maintaining that perfect circle. By midday, the sun was beating down mercilessly. My car's AC struggled against the heat. The trail had widened slightly, giving me hope that I was approaching something, anything, that resembled civilization. But the gas gauge was already down to 3/4, despite the full tank from the night before. That's when I noticed they were closer. The figures on the horizon had moved in, reducing the diameter of their circle. I could see them more clearly now. Tall, unnaturally thin forms, perfectly black against the harsh desert light. They didn't appear to be moving, yet somehow they were closer each time I looked. I pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing the Subaru to 50, then 60 miles per hour over the rough terrain. The car bounced and shuddered, but I didn't care. I just needed to break through that circle, to reach something beyond this nightmare landscape. But the circle moved with me. No matter how fast or how far I drove, those watchers maintained their position, always surrounding me, always watching and always getting closer. By late afternoon, they were close enough that I could make out details. They weren't human, not really. They had the basic shape: head, torso, limbs. But everything was wrong, too long, too thin, with joints that bent at impossible angles, and their faces just smooth black surfaces with deep indentations where eyes should be. Not empty sockets, but rather spaces that seemed to absorb light. The gas gauge dropped to half, then a quarter. The trail began to fade, becoming less and less distinct until I was just driving across open desert. My tires kicked up clouds of dust that hung in the air behind me, but the watchers were always visible through it, their dark forms unmistakable. As the sun began to set, they were maybe a quarter mile away in all directions. I could see them clearly now whenever I dared to look. They stood completely motionless, those black eye spots fixed on me. Dozens of them, perfectly spaced, forming an inescapable circle. My gaslight came on. According to the gauge, I had maybe 20 miles left. 20 miles in a circle that never ended, surrounded by watchers that never tired. That's when I saw it, a break in their line. To the northwest, there was a gap between two of the watchers, a space just wide enough for my car. It was the only imperfection in their otherwise perfect circle, my only chance. I wrenched the wheel hard, aiming for that gap, pushing my Subaru to its limit over the rough terrain. The engine whined in protest, but I kept my foot down. The gap grew closer, closer, and then they moved. Not walking or running, one moment they were standing, the next they were simply elsewhere. The gap closed, and now they were much closer, maybe 50 yards away on all sides. The sun was setting fast, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. In that fading light, the watchers seemed to grow, their thin forms stretching upward, their eye spots deepening until they seemed to pull in the gathering darkness itself. My car sputtered, the engine coughing as it consumed the last drops of fuel. I coasted to a stop in the middle of nowhere, surrounded on all sides. When the engine died, the silence returned. That same absolute silence from the gas station. I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, unable to move as darkness fell completely. They were close enough now that I could see them through all the windows, black silhouettes against the starlit sky, drawing closer with each passing minute. Not walking, just being closer each time I blinked. My phone was dead, the car was dead, and soon I knew I would be too. That's when the headlights appeared behind me, bright beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the inside of my car and casting long shadows of the watchers across the desert floor. I turned, shielding my eyes against the glare, and saw a large truck stopped about 20 yards back. The watchers turned too, their eye spots now fixed on this new arrival. For a moment, everything was still. Then they scattered, not running away, but simply gone between one heartbeat and the next, the circle broken, the trap sprung. A figure approached from the truck, flashlight beam bouncing. I should have felt relief, but something was wrong. The footsteps were too light, too quick for the size of the silhouette. The beam hit my window, blinding me. I heard a tap on the glass. When I looked up, Story 7. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last summer. Ben and I have been friends since 6th grade, and we've always been into exploring the backwoods of Blackwood County. There's not much else to do when you live in a rural area where the closest mall is 45 minutes away and you're too young to drive. It was mid-July, one of those sweltering days where the humidity makes your clothes stick to your skin. Ben had gotten a new pair of hiking boots for his birthday, and we decided to break them in by exploring some of the more remote areas beyond the old Johnson property. We'd hiked about 4 miles from town, following deer trails and crossing a couple of shallow creeks. We were joking around, talking about some stupid YouTube video we'd watched the night before, when we came across this faded green road sign, partly covered by overgrown bushes. Ben pulled back some branches so we could read it. Ravenhill Cemetery Road. Neither of us had ever heard of it before, which was weird because we thought we knew all the back roads in the county. Growing up here, you just know these things. My dad's lived here his whole life and never mentioned a Ravenhill cemetery. "Let's check it out," Ben said, already heading down the narrow gravel path. I followed him, feeling a strange mix of excitement and uneasiness. The road wasn't maintained well. Weeds grew through cracks in the gravel, and tree branches hung low over it like they were trying to reclaim the space. After walking for about 10 minutes, the road opened into a small clearing. There was indeed a cemetery, just a tiny family plot with maybe 15 headstones inside a rusty wrought iron fence. Most of the stones were so weathered you could barely read the names, but I could make out Raven on several of them. The dates went back to the mid-1800s. "Look, the road keeps going." Ben pointed past the cemetery where the gravel path continued into thicker woods. There was a chain-link rope stretched across the path with a weather-beaten "No trespassing" sign hanging from it. I remember hesitating. Maybe we should head back. It's getting late. It wasn't actually late, probably only around 2 in the afternoon, but something about the place made me feel uneasy. Ben just laughed and ducked under the rope. "Don't be such a wimp, I want to see where it goes." I didn't want to look scared, so I followed him. That's the decision I still regret. The moment we crossed that rope, everything changed. I'm not exaggerating when I say the forest seemed to go silent. The constant background noise of cicadas and birds just stopped. Even the air felt different, heavier, like right before a massive thunderstorm. The wind that had been blowing all day died down completely. The trees grew denser as we walked, their branches forming a canopy so thick that it felt like twilight even though it was the middle of the day. I checked my phone for the time 2:23, no signal bars, which wasn't unusual for remote areas of the county. "Do you notice how quiet it is?" I whispered to Ben. He nodded, his earlier enthusiasm visibly fading. We'd gone maybe a quarter mile past the rope when we started seeing them. Tires. At first, it was just one or two old car tires lying among the underbrush. Then more and more. Soon we were walking through what could only be described as a tire graveyard. Hundreds of tires of every size imaginable. Car tires, truck tires, massive tractor tires taller than me, scattered throughout the forest. Some were half buried in the ground, like they'd been there for decades. Others looked newer, stacked in precarious towers that leaned against trees. A few hung from branches on thick ropes, swaying slightly despite the lack of wind. "What the hell is this place?" Ben muttered, kicking at a smaller tire partially covered with moss. I remember the smell most vividly, that distinct rubber odor mixed with something else, something sour and organic that made my stomach turn. It reminded me of the time I found a dead raccoon under our porch, that sweet, putrid scent of decay. We kept walking, our footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of pine needles and leaves. The path became less defined, but the tires seemed to form a sort of corridor, leading us deeper into the woods. That's when I saw it. Hanging from a low branch about 20 feet ahead was a baby doll, one of those old-fashioned porcelain ones with rosy cheeks and a frilly dress. It was suspended by a piece of rope tied around its neck, twisting slightly as if moved by an invisible draft. Its blank eyes seemed to follow us as we approached. My skin crawled, but what lay beneath the doll made my blood run cold. There was a dog, a medium-sized mutt with brown and white fur, lying on its side. Its body had been torn open from throat to belly, intestines spilling out onto the ground. The blood looked fresh, still wet and glistening. I remember the flies buzzing around it, the only sound in the oppressive silence of that place. The dog's eyes were open, cloudy and lifeless, yet somehow still containing the terror of its final moments. Ben made a choking sound beside me. When I looked at him, his face had gone completely white. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely audible. "Right now." For once, Ben didn't argue. We turned and started walking quickly back the way we came, neither of us speaking. Every few steps I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see something following us. The forest seemed to close in tighter, the spaces between trees narrowing. I swear the tire piles looked different on our way out, like they'd shifted position when we weren't looking. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We nearly ran the last 100 yards to the chain-link rope, ducking under it and not stopping until we reached the small cemetery. Only then did I notice that sounds had returned. Birds chirping, wind rustling through leaves. I checked my phone. 3:41. We'd been in there longer than I thought. We didn't talk much on the walk home, both processing what we'd seen. Over the next few days, we tried to rationalize it. Maybe the dog had been killed by a coyote or a mountain lion. The doll was probably just some sick teenager's idea of a joke. The tires, well, illegal dumping happens all the time in remote areas, but we both knew there was something more to it, something wrong about that place. About a month later, after the initial fear had faded, we started talking about going back. Not because we wanted to see that horror show again, but because part of us wondered if we'd exaggerated it in our minds. Maybe it wasn't as creepy as we remembered. Maybe we'd just freaked ourselves out. Teenagers trying to prove they weren't scared anymore. So stupid looking back now. It was mid-August when we returned to Ravenhill Cemetery Road. The day was overcast, threatening rain. We brought flashlights this time, and Ben had a pocket knife, as if that would help against whatever we might find. We made it to the small cemetery without incident. The place looked the same. Old headstones, rusty fence, the continuing path with its no trespassing rope. But as we approached the rope, I noticed something in the middle of the path, maybe 20 yards beyond it. A dog was sitting there, perfectly still. It was massive, easily 100 pounds of pure muscle. It looked like a mix between a cane corso and a pit bull, with a broad chest and a massive head. Its coat was black as coal, and even from that distance, I could see its eyes, a bright, unnatural orange that seemed to glow against its dark fur. Next to the dog was a metal food bowl, empty. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Ben. He nodded slowly. "Let's go around through the trees. I don't think it's seen us yet." The dog wasn't barking or growling. It just sat there, watching the path with those eerie orange eyes. Something about its stillness was more terrifying than if it had been snarling and lunging at us. We backed away from the rope and entered the tree line, moving parallel to the path but staying concealed within the woods. The foliage was thick, branches scraping against our arms as we pushed through. After about 5 minutes of careful movement, we emerged onto the path well beyond where the dog had been sitting. There was no sign of it now. The empty food bowl was gone too. "Maybe it went home," Ben suggested, his voice betraying his nervousness. We continued down the path, approaching the area where the tire cemetery began. The silence descended again, just like before, that unnatural hush that made the hairs on my neck stand up. We'd just reached the first few scattered tires when Ben's phone suddenly blasted music at full volume. Both of us jumped, Ben frantically fumbling to silence it. It was playing Walk by Pantera, the heavy metal song with those threatening lyrics. RESPECTWALKWHATDIDYOUSAY. "What the hell?" Ben hissed, jabbing at his screen. "I don't even have this song on my phone." As the music continued to blare, I turned around and felt my heart stop. The dog was sitting directly behind us on the path, not 10 feet away. Its orange eyes fixed on us with an intelligence that seemed impossible for an animal. It wasn't growling or showing its teeth. It was just watching, waiting. The food bowl was back, placed neatly in front of it. The dog slowly stood up, muscles rippling beneath its glossy black coat. It never took its eyes off us, never made a sound. It just stared, those orange eyes burning into mine like it could see straight through to my soul. In that moment, I understood with absolute clarity that we were being warned. This wasn't just a guard dog. This was something else entirely, something that didn't want us there and was giving us one last chance to leave. "Ben," I said quietly, "we're leaving. Now." For once, he didn't argue. We backed away slowly, maintaining eye contact with the dog. It didn't follow us, but its gaze never wavered. Ben's phone had stopped playing the music, but neither of us mentioned it. We didn't stop moving until we were past the cemetery and back on the main trail. We practically ran the whole way home. That was over a year ago. We've never gone back to Ravenhill Cemetery Road, and we never will. I've tried researching the area, looking for any history that might explain what we found, but there's almost nothing in the county records about it. Just a brief mention of the Raven family owning property there in the 1880s. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can smell rubber and decay in my room, or imagining I see orange eyes gleaming in the dark corner by my closet. I've never told anyone else about what we found out there in the woods. Who would believe it? All I know is that something doesn't want people in that place, and it has ways of letting trespassers know they're not welcome. Whatever force protects the Tyre Cemetery, I've learned to respect its warnings. Otier, Story 8, Your Dawn. I still struggle to explain what happened in our first apartment together. Even after moving out, I can't shake the feeling that something followed us. I'm sharing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. Last year, my partner Jacob and I got married and decided to move into a small one-bedroom apartment in Westfield. We were excited, our first place together as newlyweds. The apartment had this cozy feel with hardwood floors, big windows, and just enough space for us and our 2 cats, Milo and Luna. From the first walk-through, something felt off. I can't explain it well, but there was this heaviness in the air, especially in the bedroom. It wasn't anything I could point to, just this sense of being watched. Jacob didn't notice anything, and honestly, I brushed it off as wedding stress or anxiety about the move. The layout was perfect, and the rent was within our budget, so we signed the lease. Moving in was uneventful. We spent the first weekend unpacking and arranging furniture. The bedroom had a walk-in closet, nothing fancy but decent storage space. While organizing my clothes, I noticed something weird in the back corner of the closet ceiling. A small crawl space entrance, maybe 2 feet wide, with this heavy wooden lid. I asked Jacob about it, and he figured it was just access to pipes or electrical stuff. The lid looked really old and had these rusty hinges. It seemed too heavy to open without a ladder, so we just left it alone. The first couple weeks were quiet. We'd hear occasional noises, but we had 2 cats, so random bumps and creaks weren't alarming. I work from home as a graphic designer, and Jacob works at a tech company about 20 minutes away, so I spent a lot of time alone in the apartment. By week 3, things started getting weird. I'd be working at my desk when I'd hear what sounded like footsteps directly above me, heavy ones. The thing is, we lived on the top floor. There was just an attic above us that the landlord had said was inaccessible from our unit. The footsteps would start around 10 in the morning and continue on and off throughout the day. I mentioned it to Jacob, and he contacted the property manager to ask if maintenance workers were accessing the attic. They said no one had been up there in months. That's when I started getting really uneasy. Then other things started happening. Cabinet doors in the kitchen would slowly open and close when I was in the living room. At first I thought it was Milo. He's always trying to get into cabinets, but several times it happened when both cats were napping right next to me. I'd be sitting on the couch, and from the corner of my eye, I'd see the cabinet door slide open about an inch, pause, and then close again. No drafts, no explanation. Objects started moving too. Small things at first. My keys would be on a different hook than where I left them, or Jacob's watch would be on the bathroom counter instead of his nightstand. We blamed each other or assumed we were just being forgetful. One afternoon while Jacob was at work, I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard a drawer slam shut in our bedroom. Not close, gently. Slam. My heart nearly stopped. Both cats were in the kitchen with me. I grabbed a knife and walked through the apartment, checking every room, looking under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Nothing. No one was there. About a month in, Jacob started noticing things too. He told me he'd been seeing strange light patterns on our hallway ceiling at night. Not reflections from outside. These were geometric shapes that would appear around 3 a.m., stay for about 10 minutes, then fade away. There was no source for these lights, no headlights from the street, no electronics with LEDs, nothing that could explain it. The crawl space in our closet became a focal point of my anxiety. I'd find myself staring at it while getting dressed, half expecting the lid to move. Sometimes when I was alone in the apartment, I swear I could hear scratching coming from inside it, soft, rhythmic scratching like fingernails against wood. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up around 3 a.m. almost every night, feeling like someone was standing at the foot of our bed. The air would feel colder, heavier. I'd lie there, afraid to open my eyes until I finally fell back asleep from exhaustion. One night, about 6 weeks after moving in, Jacob and I were watching a movie in the living room. Both cats were curled up with us, purring away. Suddenly there was a loud bang from our bedroom, like something heavy had fallen. We both jumped. Jacob grabbed the baseball bat we kept by the door. We lived in a pretty safe area, but you never know. And I followed behind him with my phone ready to call 911. We flipped on all the lights and checked the bedroom. Nothing seemed out of place at first. No fallen picture frames, no knocked over lamps. That's when Jacob noticed the closet door was open slightly. We always kept it closed because Luna likes to claw at my clothes. Jacob slowly pushed the door open wider. Nothing seemed disturbed, but then he looked up at the crawl space and froze. "Emma," he whispered. "Look." The crawl space lid was ajar, not wide open but definitely moved. There was a small pile of drywall dust on the shelf below it, like something had disturbed the ceiling. Jacob grabbed our step stool and carefully pushed the lid open with the bat. Using my phone flashlight, we peered inside. The space was tiny, maybe a foot tall at most, and it extended only about 3 feet in each direction. There were no pipes, no electrical boxes, nothing. Just empty space with some old insulation. It was way too small for a person to fit in, which somehow made it even more terrifying. What had moved the lid, and why? We didn't sleep in our bedroom that night. We dragged our mattress into the living room and kept all the lights on. I called my mom the next morning and told her everything. She's religious and immediately suggested we have a pastor come bless the house. I'm not particularly religious, but at that point I was willing to try anything. I also contacted my friend Melissa, who practices Wicca, to see if she could sage the apartment. I figured we'd cover all our spiritual bases. The next few days were a blur of escalating activity. The footsteps got louder and more frequent. We'd hear them at all hours, pacing back and forth above our bedroom. The cabinet doors in the kitchen would open and close in sequence, like someone was checking each one. The light patterns Jacob had seen on the hallway ceiling started appearing in other rooms too, geometric shapes that would shift and change while we watched. Our cat started acting strange too. Luna would stare at empty corners of the room, her fur standing on end. Milo refused to go into the bedroom anymore. He'd sit at the threshold, tail swishing nervously, but wouldn't cross over no matter what. 5 days after the crawl space incident, I was home alone working. Jacob had left for the office around 8, and I was at my desk in the living room. Around 11, I heard what sounded like our bedroom closet door opening. Slow, deliberate. I froze, my hands hovering over my keyboard. Then came the unmistakable sound of the step stool being dragged across the floor. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My phone was charging in the kitchen, and I was afraid to go get it. The scraping stopped, and then I heard something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The slow creaking sound of the crawl space lid being pushed open. Then silence, complete absolute silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. Even the normal building sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of our wall clock, seemed to have stopped. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, paralyzed with fear. Finally, I managed to stand up. My legs felt like jelly as I crept toward the kitchen to grab my phone. As I passed the hallway that led to our bedroom, I glanced down it. The bedroom door was wide open, and I could see part of our closet reflected in the mirror on our dresser. The closet door was open too. I snatched my phone and ran out of the apartment. I called Jacob in tears from the building lobby, and he left work immediately to come home. When he arrived, we went back up together. Everything in the bedroom looked normal. The step stool was in its usual place, and the closet door was closed. But when we checked, the crawl space lid was wide open, revealing that dark, empty space above. That night, while we were trying to figure out what to do, both our phones died simultaneously. They'd been fully charged, but suddenly they went black and wouldn't turn back on. At the same moment, all the lights in the apartment flickered and went out. Not a power outage, just our apartment. We could see lights on in the building across the street. We stood in the dark, holding hands when we heard it. Footsteps coming from our bedroom, heading down the hallway toward us. Slow, deliberate steps. Luna and Milo bolted under the couch. The temperature dropped so suddenly I could see our breath. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the living room. There was nothing there. Nothing we could see anyway. But I felt a presence so strongly, it was like another person standing with us. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. Then the footsteps retreated back down the hallway. We grabbed the cats, threw some essentials in a bag, and spent the night at a hotel. The next morning, we called the landlord and broke our lease, citing unsafe living conditions. We didn't explain further, and honestly, I don't think they cared as long as we paid the penalty fee. We moved out that weekend, staying with Jacob's parents while we looked for a new place. Before we left, Melissa came to sage the apartment, and she said she felt something dark and old there. She refused to go near the crawl space. It's been 6 months since we moved. We're in a different town now, in a newer building with no weird crawl spaces or unexplained noises. But sometimes, usually around 3 a.m., I still wake up feeling like I'm being watched. And twice now, I've found cabinet doors open in our kitchen when I'm sure they were closed the night before. I still don't know what was in that apartment with us. I don't know if it was attached to the building or if it followed us. All I know is that whatever was accessing that crawl space wasn't human, and I'm terrified that one day I'll look up and see a familiar geometric light pattern on our new ceiling. Story 9. I still get chills thinking about that house. It's been 10 years since I left for good, but the memories, they never fade. I'm 29 now, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm 6 years old again, terrified in my bedroom, listening to something scratching at my door. We moved there when I was 6. It was a pretty standard 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood, nothing special to look at from the outside. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a basement that always smelled like mildew. The previous owners had renovated parts of it, but certain areas felt untouched, like they knew better than to disturb whatever lived in those spaces. From the beginning, there was a heaviness to the house. My parents fought constantly, vicious, alcohol-fueled arguments that often turned physical. I'd hide in my room, pillow over my head, trying to block out the screaming. But even when they weren't fighting, even when the house was completely silent, it never felt empty. The first incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. I was playing in my room when I heard my name being called from the hallway. It sounded exactly like my mom, so I followed the voice. The hallway was long, unnecessarily long really, with this antique mirror hanging at the far end. As I walked toward where I thought my mom was calling from, I glanced in the mirror. That's when I saw it for the first time. Standing behind my reflection was a tall figure with the head of a goat. I'm not exaggerating or making this up. It had actual curved horns, dark fur, and eyes that reflected light like an animal's, but its body was upright, human-like. It didn't move or make a sound, it just watched me. I screamed and ran to find my mom, who was downstairs folding laundry. She hadn't called me at all. When I told her what I'd seen, she brushed it off as an overactive imagination. Dad was worse. He called me a little liar seeking attention. But I knew what I'd seen, and it wasn't the last time. The goat man became a regular presence in that mirror, sometimes just a shadow, sometimes fully visible. I learned to walk past without looking, but I always felt it watching me. The worst part was no one else ever saw it, or at least no one admitted to seeing it. My older sister would sometimes freeze when walking past that mirror, but when I asked her about it, she'd just tell me to shut up. The hallway mirror wasn't the only hot spot in the house. My bedroom closet had this persistent cold spot that never went away, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the house was sweltering. My clothes would sometimes be rearranged overnight, and occasionally I'd wake up to find my closet door open when I distinctly remembered closing it before bed. When I was around 8, my sister got a Ouija board as a gift from a friend. My parents immediately confiscated it, saying it was devil worship garbage. They stuffed it in the hallway linen closet on the top shelf behind some old blankets and forbade us from touching it. About a week later, my mum was putting away clean towels when she discovered something bizarre. One of my dad's work shirts had been placed on top of the shelf where the Ouija board was hidden. The shirt had a perfectly circular hole burned through it, right above where the board was stored. The edges were singed black, like someone had pressed a cigarette through it, but the hole was the size of a softball. The weird part, there was no electrical wiring in that closet, no light fixtures, no heat source of any kind, and nobody in our family smoked. My parents argued about it, my mum wanting to throw the board away, my dad insisting one of us kids had done it somehow. The board stayed, but after that, strange burn marks would randomly appear on linens in that closet. The activity in the house seemed to escalate when I was around 12. By then, my parents' relationship had deteriorated completely. Dad was barely home, and when he was, the fighting was unbearable. It's like the house fed off the negative energy. One Saturday morning, I was vacuuming the upstairs hallway. My mom was home, but my sister and dad were out. As I was pushing the vacuum back and forth, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Glancing toward my parents' bedroom doorway, I saw what looked like the hem of a white nightgown and a bare foot. I assumed it was my mom, so I called out asking if she needed something. No response. I turned off the vacuum and called again. Still nothing. I walked to the doorway and peered in, but the room was empty. Confused, I went downstairs and found my mom in the kitchen cooking breakfast. She was wearing jeans and a red sweater, definitely not a white nightgown. When I described what I'd seen, she got this look on her face. Not disbelief, but recognition. That was the first time I realized she might be experiencing things too. She made me promise not to tell my dad. He already thinks we're crazy, she said. This would just give him more ammunition. The most active room in the house was the basement. None of us liked going down there, but sometimes we had to. That's where the washer and dryer were. The stairs would creak even when nobody was on them. Tools would go missing from my dad's workbench and reappear days later in completely different places. The light bulbs burned out constantly. My sister claimed she once saw a woman standing by the washing machine, an elderly lady in outdated clothes who vanished when spoken to. After that, my sister refused to do laundry alone. I'd have to accompany her standing guard at the bottom of the stairs while she frantically loaded and unloaded the machines, both of us jumping at every little noise. When I was 15, things got worse. Objects started moving on their own, not just disappearing and reappearing, but actually moving while we watched. The TV would turn itself on in the middle of the night, always to static, and the whispering started. Unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from inside the walls. The goat man in the mirror became more aggressive. Instead of just standing there, it would sometimes reach toward my reflection, its human-like hands ending in sharp black nails. Once I swear I felt something brush against my back as I hurried past that mirror. When I spun around, nobody was there, but I had 3 long scratches on my back that burned like fire. My mom said I must have scratched myself in my sleep, but the marks were in a place I couldn't possibly reach. By the time I was 17, my dad had left us for good. The house seemed to settle into a different kind of haunting, less violent, more watching, waiting. My mom started drinking heavily. She'd sometimes talk to empty rooms as if someone was there. When I asked who she was speaking to, she'd look confused and deny saying anything. The financial strain of my dad's absence eventually caught up with us. By the time I was 19, the bank was foreclosing on the house. We had to move out, but we'd accumulated so much stuff over the years that my mom asked me to go back one last time to gather the remaining belongings while she finalized arrangements for our new apartment. I didn't want to go back. By then, I was in community college, working part-time, and finally feeling some distance from the oppressive atmosphere of that house. But my mom begged, saying she couldn't face the place again. So on a cold Tuesday afternoon, I reluctantly returned to the empty house. Most of the furniture was gone, leaving weird outlines on the faded wallpaper where pictures had once hung. My footsteps echoed through the vacant rooms as I collected the last few boxes from upstairs. The house felt different, empty, hollow but not peaceful. More like something was holding its breath, watching me. I worked quickly, trying to ignore the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. To calm my nerves, I started whistling, just a random tune, nothing specific. I was in my old bedroom taping up the final box when it happened. I paused my whistling to check if I'd missed anything in the closet, and that's when the whistling continued. The exact same tune, coming from somewhere very close to me. It wasn't an echo. The whistling continued the melody where I had stopped, as if someone else had picked it up. My entire body went cold. I stood perfectly still, listening as the whistling moved, from beside me to the doorway, then out into the hallway. It was accompanied by footsteps that didn't quite sound human, too light, with an odd cadence, like something walking on the tips of its toes. I didn't take the box. I didn't even close my closet door. I just ran down the stairs, out the front door, straight to my car. As I fumbled with my keys, I glanced back at the house and saw, just for a moment, a face in my bedroom window. Not human, not animal, something in between. I never went back. My mom hired movers to get the remaining items a few days later. They complained about the cold spots and the weird smell, but nothing supernatural happened during their brief visit. We found out later from neighbors that no one stays in that house for long. Families move in excited about the surprisingly affordable price, only to move out within months, often breaking their leases and forfeiting deposits just to get away. I drive past it sometimes when I'm visiting my mom in her new place. The house looks the same, a bit more weathered, but ordinary. You'd never guess what lives inside it. Sometimes there are children's toys in the yard, evidence of a new family trying to make a home there. I always wonder how long they'll last before they feel it watching them, before they see something in that upstairs hallway mirror, before they hear the whistling when they're alone. I still have nightmares about the goat man, about those footsteps following me down the hall, about what might have happened if I'd stayed just a minute longer that day. Some nights I wake up to the sound of whistling, only to realize it's just the wind outside my apartment window. At least, I hope it's just the wind. Story 10. I still can't shake what happened 3 months ago. Maybe writing it down will help, but honestly I doubt it. Some things just stay with you, you know? I've lived in Harborview my whole life. It's one of those small coastal towns where everyone knows each other's business. Roy and I had been friends since middle school. He was always the quiet, thoughtful type while I was more outgoing. We stayed close even after I started dating Thomas 2 years ago. That morning in January was exceptionally cold, even for our town, the kind of frost that makes the windows look like they're covered in delicate lace. I remember going to bed around 11 the night before. Nothing unusual. Thomas was already asleep beside me, snoring lightly like he always does. I fell into this dream that didn't feel like a dream at all. It was so vivid, so real. I wasn't watching something play out like a movie. I was there. I found myself in Roy's bedroom, but I wasn't standing on the floor. I was sort of floating near the ceiling, looking down at him in his bed. The strangest part? I knew I was dreaming, but it felt more like I was actually there, like some part of me had traveled across town to his house. Roy was lying on his back, completely still. His room looked exactly like it always did. Posters of old bands on the walls, books stacked on the nightstand, that stupid lava lamp his ex got him that he could never bring himself to throw away. The moonlight was coming through the curtains, casting this weird bluish glow over everything. Then Roy's eyes opened. He didn't look startled or scared to see me hovering above him. He just acknowledged me, like he expected me to be there. That's when things got even weirder. He tried to move, to sit up, but only the right side of his body responded. The left side just stayed completely still. His face looked wrong too, droopy on one side. He gestured toward the floor with his right hand, pointing repeatedly. I looked down and saw his black Zippo lighter, the one he always carried, on the floor beside his bed. It must have fallen when he was going to sleep. He kept gesturing, like he wanted me to pick it up for him. I tried to reach for it. I really did, but my hand just passed through it like smoke. I couldn't grab anything. "I'm sorry, Roy," I remember saying. "I can't pick it up. I'm not really here." He looked frustrated and tried to reach for it himself, but half his body wouldn't cooperate. He kept trying, his right arm stretching toward the edge of the bed, but he couldn't quite make it. The effort seemed to exhaust him. After a few attempts, he gave up and looked back at me. His eyes were so clear, so focused. He tried to speak, but his words came out all garbled. His mouth moved, but one side wasn't working right. I couldn't understand what he was trying to tell me. I just remember the desperate look in his eyes, like whatever he was trying to say was important. Then his image started to fade, getting dimmer and dimmer. Not like he was moving away, but like he was becoming less present. I had this overwhelming feeling wash over me, this absolute certainty that I was watching Roy die, not just in a dream, but actually die. In that moment, I somehow knew he was leaving, not just the dream, but leaving everything. I woke up with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. My heart was racing, and I was covered in sweat despite how cold it was. The bedside clock read 4:15 in the morning. I shook Thomas awake, probably harder than I needed to. What's wrong?" he mumbled, still half asleep. "I think Roy just died," I said. I remember how my voice sounded, flat, certain. I watched him die in my dream. Thomas sat up, rubbing his eyes. "It was just a bad dream, Eliza. Go back to sleep." But I couldn't. I just sat there in the dark, my mind racing. I knew what I'd seen wasn't just a nightmare. It felt too real, too specific. I kept seeing Roy's face, the way he looked at me, trying to tell me something I couldn't understand. I tried calling Roy's phone at about 5:30, but it went straight to voicemail. I told myself that didn't mean anything. His phone was probably just off or dead. I texted him too. "Hey, you okay? Call me when you get this." Looking back at that text now makes my stomach twist. I couldn't go back to sleep. I just paced around the apartment until Thomas got up for work at 7. He tried to reassure me, said I was overreacting, that Roy was fine. I wanted to believe him. I had plans to meet some friends at the park at 10 that morning. Sarah was picking me up. When she arrived, I told her about my dream, trying not to sound completely crazy. "You seem really freaked out," she said, studying my face. "Why don't we swing by Roy's place on the way? It's right by the park anyway." I agreed immediately. The whole drive there, I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous, that Roy would answer the door and laugh at me for being so dramatic over a stupid dream. Roy lived in this little one-story house near the edge of town. It used to be his grandmother's before she passed. When we pulled up, his car was in the driveway, which made my heart sink a little. If his car was there, he should be home. We knocked on the front door. No answer. We knocked again, louder. Still nothing. "Maybe he's still asleep," Sarah suggested, but I could tell by her voice that she was starting to get concerned too. That's when I remembered that Roy's bedroom had these French doors that opened onto a small patio at the side of the house. "Let's check around back," I said. We walked around to the side of the house, and I immediately felt sick. Through the glass panels of the French doors, I could see into Roy's bedroom. He was lying on his bed, on his back, in exactly the same position as in my dream. He wasn't moving. "Roy!" I called out, knocking on the glass. No response. Sarah tried the handle on the French doors and they opened. They weren't locked. That wasn't like Roy. He was always paranoid about locking up. Sarah went in first while I hung back, frozen with fear. I watched her approach the bed, touch Roy's shoulder, then his neck, feeling for a pulse. The look she gave me will haunt me forever. "Eliza, he's cold. There's no pulse." I don't remember much of what happened next. I know I started crying. I know Sarah called 911. I know I sat on Roy's patio steps while we waited for the ambulance, unable to go back inside the room. I remember the paramedics arriving, then the police. I remember having to explain over and over that we were just checking on him because he wasn't answering his phone. The coroner estimated that Roy had been dead for about 5 hours when we found him. 5 hours would put his time of death right around 4 or 5 in the morning, exactly when I had my dream. The police asked us questions about Roy, if he had any health problems, if he did drugs. Roy was only 28, and as far as anyone knew, perfectly healthy. He didn't even drink much, let alone do drugs. It didn't make any sense. It took 3 weeks for the autopsy results to come back. Roy had suffered a massive stroke. The doctors said it was one of those freak things that sometimes happens to young people. A blood vessel in his brain just burst without warning. The stroke had affected the left side of his body and his speech center, which explained why in my dream he couldn't move properly or talk clearly. But it doesn't explain how I saw it happening. It doesn't explain why I was there, in whatever form, witnessing his last moments. Was I actually there somehow? Did Roy's consciousness reach out to mine as he was dying? I've gone over it 1,000 times, and I still don't have answers. The black lighter was there too, exactly where I'd seen it in my dream, on the floor beside his bed. The police bagged it with his other personal effects. When Roy's parents gave me some of his things to remember him by, the lighter was among them. I keep it in my drawer, but can't bring myself to look at it much. I've researched all kinds of things since then: astral projection, near-death experiences, telepathy between close friends. Nothing quite fits what happened. Some people I've told think I just had a coincidental dream and my mind filled in the details after seeing Roy's body, but they weren't there. They didn't feel what I felt. Thomas tries to be supportive, but I can tell he's worried about me. He thinks I need to move on, that dwelling on this isn't healthy. Maybe he's right. But how do you move on from something like this? How do you just forget that you somehow witnessed your friend's death from across town? The thing that bothers me most is what Roy was trying to tell me. What was so important that his consciousness reached out to mine in his final moments? Was there something he wanted me to know, something about the lighter? I've examined it countless times, but it's just a regular Zippo with his initials engraved on it. Nothing special, nothing hidden. I still have dreams about Roy sometimes, but they're just regular dreams. Memories of times we spent together, things we did. He never appears to me the way he did that night. Maybe that was his goodbye. Maybe that's all it was. Or maybe someday I'll understand what he was trying to tell me. Until then, I'm left with this experience that I can't explain and can't forget. I keep thinking about how reality is so much stranger than we realize. How there are connections between us that we don't understand. All I know for sure is that somehow, for reasons I'll probably never comprehend, I was there with my friend when he died. Not physically, but in some way that mattered. I hope he knew he wasn't alone at the end. I hope whatever part of me was there gave him some comfort in those final moments. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering, if it happened once, could it happen again? And who will be there to witness when my time comes? Story 11. I've never told this story to anyone except my therapist, who honestly didn't believe me. I don't blame her. If someone told me this, I'd think they were making it up too. But Olivia and I have been dealing with this for over 10 years now, and I'm at my breaking point. I need to tell someone who might understand. It all started when we were kids. My family moved to Westfield when I was 8. It was this small, quiet town where everyone knew each other. The house we moved into was beautiful from the outside, Victorian style, big yard, the works, but from the first night, things felt off. My parents never wanted to admit it at first, but our house was haunted, like legitimately haunted. Not the kind of stuff you see in movies, but subtle things that would make you question your sanity. Footsteps when everyone was accounted for. Doors that would be closed when you came back to a room. The feeling of being watched constantly. I met Olivia at school a few months after we moved in. We clicked immediately. Both of us were into the same books, had the same weird sense of humor. She started coming over almost every weekend for sleepovers. That's when things got worse. The first time Olivia stayed over, we both woke up in the middle of the night to find all my stuffed animals arranged in a circle on my bedroom floor. We definitely left them on the shelf before going to sleep. We were scared, but convinced ourselves we were just being silly kids. But it kept happening. Every time Olivia came over, something weird would happen. Things would go missing only to turn up in bizarre places. We'd hear whispers that sounded like they were coming from inside the walls. When I was 11, I experienced something I still have nightmares about. Olivia was sleeping over, and we had stayed up late watching movies. After she fell asleep on the floor in her sleeping bag, I was drifting off when I felt something grab my ankle. At first, I thought it was Olivia playing a prank, but when I looked down, she was fast asleep across the room. Before I could scream, I was yanked, hard, and dragged completely under my bed. I don't remember how I got out. I just remember screaming and then my parents rushing in to find me huddled in the corner of my room, hysterical. Olivia was awake by then too, crying because she couldn't explain what had happened. She said she'd woken up to see me being pulled under the bed by something she couldn't make out in the darkness. My parents chalked it up to a nightmare, but they finally started admitting strange things were happening in our house. My little brother, who was only 6 at the time, started having these horrific nightmares about smiling babies who were dying. He'd wake up screaming, describing these infants with twisted smiles and glassy eyes. It was disturbing as hell. The weirdest part was what would happen to Olivia after she visited. She'd leave our house with unexplained scratches on her arms or back. Sometimes she'd get sudden nosebleeds while at our place. Her mom almost stopped letting her come over because once she had such a severe tantrum after leaving our house, completely out of character for her, that she broke her bedroom window when she got home. When I was 14, my dad got transferred and we moved away from Westfield. I was heartbroken about leaving Olivia, but also secretly relieved to be leaving that house. We promised to stay in touch, and we did, calling each other almost every day, sending emails and visiting whenever possible. But that's when we realized something terrifying. Whatever had been in that house hadn't stayed there. It had somehow attached itself to us, to our friendship. The first time Olivia came to visit me at our new house, we were watching TV in the living room when it suddenly turned off. We figured it was just a power surge, but then it turned back on by itself, then off, then on again, flipping through channels rapidly. My parents weren't home, and we freaked out completely. That night we heard knocking from inside my closet. 3 distinct knocks, over and over. When we finally got the courage to open the door, nothing was there, but the knocking immediately started coming from under my bed instead. This pattern continued every single time we got together, no matter where we were, at her house, at mine, even when we met at a cafe once in the city. Electronic malfunctions, strange noises, the feeling of being watched. When we were 16, we went camping with her family. In the middle of the night, everyone in the campsite heard a child crying, but there were no children staying there. The crying seemed to circle our tent specifically, getting louder and then dissolving into laughter before turning into screams. Olivia's parents packed up at 3 in the morning and we left. In college, we ended up at different schools but still visited each other. My roommate refused to be in the room when Olivia visited after witnessing my desk chair spin by itself during one of her stays. As we've gotten older, things have only escalated. Last year, Olivia came to my apartment for my birthday. We were talking in the kitchen when the light bulb above us shattered without warning. Neither of us was hurt, but when I went to get a broom, I came back to find Olivia staring at the refrigerator. While I was gone, every single magnet had been rearranged to spell "still here." The most recent incident happened just 3 days ago. Olivia came over to my new place. I bought a house last year, my first real adult purchase. I've lived here for 8 months with absolutely no paranormal activity. Nothing. It's been completely normal until Olivia visited. We were in the kitchen making dinner. I was chopping vegetables while she stirred pasta on the stove. We were catching up, talking about her new job, when suddenly the power went out, but only in the kitchen. I could see the living room lights were still on, and even the digital clock on the microwave was still working. It was like a perfectly localized blackout just around us. "Not again," Olivia whispered, and I felt that familiar dread creeping up my spine. We heard it then, the sound of chairs scraping across the floor in my dining room, the distinct squeak of wooden chair legs moving on hardwood, back and forth, back and forth. Neither of us had the courage to go look. The temperature dropped so quickly I could see our breath. In July, in a house with no air conditioning running because the power was out. "Madison," Olivia said, her voice shaking, "maybe we should go somewhere else." But before we could move, the power came back on, just like that. The temperature returned to normal too. We cautiously walked to the dining room and sure enough, all the chairs were pulled out from the table, arranged in a circle in the middle of the room. We decided to leave immediately. I grabbed my keys and purse and Olivia reached for her jacket. That's when she screamed. Her arms were covered in fresh scratches, long red lines that definitely hadn't been there minutes before. She looked at me in horror, and I felt a stinging sensation on my back. When I lifted my shirt and turned to the mirror, I had identical marks all over my back and shoulders. We left the house and sat in my car for hours trying to process what was happening. Neither of us had an explanation for the scratches. They weren't deep enough to scar, but they were definitely real. Here's the thing that terrifies me the most. My house isn't haunted. Nothing happens when Olivia isn't here. Nothing happens in her apartment when I'm not there. It's only when we're together that this thing manifests. I've done research. I've read about shared psychosis, about how trauma can create psychological phenomena between close friends. But that doesn't explain physical scratches, or chairs moving, or the countless electronic disturbances that have followed us for a decade. It's like whatever was in that first house in Westfield didn't attach itself to a place, or even to one of us individually. It attached itself to our friendship, to the connection between us. We've tried staying apart. The longest we've gone is 6 months without seeing each other. Those were the most normal 6 months of my life since I was a kid. But Olivia is my best friend. I can't imagine cutting her out of my life completely. I don't know what to do anymore. We're adults now with careers and relationships, but we're still haunted by something we don't understand. I've considered reaching out to paranormal investigators, but I'm terrified of being told we're making it up, or worse, having them confirm that something supernatural has been following us all these years. Whatever it is, it's getting stronger, more deliberate in its actions. Those scratches weren't random. They were in patterns, almost like symbols neither of us recognized. I'm writing this the day after Olivia left. I'm alone in my house and everything is perfectly normal. No strange noises, no moving objects, no cold spots. But I know the moment she comes back, it will start again. What follows us? What have we carried with us all these years? And why does it only manifest when we're together? Story 12. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It started when I was in first grade in Brownsville, Texas. I was just a normal kid, loved cartoons, hated vegetables, the usual stuff. We were doing silent reading time in class. I remember it was one of those chapter books with a few pictures. I was pretty proud I could read those already. The classroom was quiet except for the sound of pages turning and Mrs. Gonzalez typing something at her desk. That's when I felt it. This weird cold sensation on the back of my neck, like when you open a freezer door. I looked up from my book, thinking maybe someone had opened a window or the AC had kicked on. That's when I saw her. There was a lady standing by the classroom door. She was wearing this old-fashioned pink dress, like something from my mom's old photo albums, but the weirdest thing was how pale she was. Not just white like my friend Tommy, who burned super easy in the sun. I mean white, like paper, like she'd never seen sunlight in her life. She was just watching me, not the other kids, just me. Her eyes were fixed right on mine, and I couldn't look away. I don't know how long we stared at each other, probably just seconds, but it felt like forever. Then she smiled, not a normal smile. Her mouth stretched way too wide, and I swear her teeth looked pointed. I dropped my book and screamed so loud the teacher jumped and knocked over her coffee. The next thing I remember is being in the nurse's office, hyperventilating. They said I was having a panic attack. I kept telling them about the white lady in the pink dress, but they just kept saying there was nobody there. The school called my mom to come get me. Mom was worried sick. I was shaking the whole ride home, kept looking in the rearview mirror to see if the lady was following us. I couldn't stop crying. Mom tried everything. Ice cream, my favorite cartoon, even letting me play her Nintendo, which was usually off limits on school days. Nothing helped. That night, I refused to sleep in my own bed. I kept seeing the white lady every time I closed my eyes. After I woke up screaming for the third time, my mom called my great-grandmother in Mexico. I could hear her crying on the phone, speaking rapid Spanish. I didn't catch everything, but I heard El Niño and Fantasma enough times to know they were talking about me and what I'd seen. The next morning, Mom told me we were going to visit my great-grandmother in San Luis Potosi, Mexico. We packed quickly and drove across the border that same day. I remember being scared but also relieved we were leaving our house behind. My great-grandmother's house was small but felt safe somehow. It smelled like candles and herbs, and the walls were covered with religious pictures. She took one look at me and pulled me into this tight hug, muttering prayers over my head. She didn't ask me what happened. It was like she already knew. That night, after dinner, my great-grandmother sat me down while Mom cleaned up the kitchen. She held my hands in hers. Her skin felt like paper but warm, not cold like the white lady's had seemed. "Diego," she said in Spanish, "what you saw is real. The spirits, they know you can see them." I started crying again, but she squeezed my hands. "No, mijito, no tears. This is not a curse. It is a gift. Our family has it. We call it Dawn. I have it. My mother had it. And now you have it too. She explained that some people in our family could sense things others couldn't. The spirits were drawn to us because we could help them. They just wanted to be acknowledged, she said. But she scared me, I whispered. Yes, because you were not prepared. But now you will learn. You don't have to be afraid. We stayed with her for 2 weeks. Every day, she would teach me little things. How to create boundaries with spirits, how to politely ask them to keep their distance, how to tell the difference between the harmful and the merely curious. She gave me a small pouch of herbs to keep under my pillow and a prayer to say if I ever felt scared again. When we went back to Brownsville, I was still nervous, but the white lady never appeared in my classroom again. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of shadows or movements out of the corner of my eye, but nothing that terrified me like that first encounter. As I got older, I started doubting what happened. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination. Maybe I'd had some kind of mini breakdown from school stress. My mom never liked talking about it, and eventually I stopped bringing it up. The memory faded, and I convinced myself it was nothing. Fast forward to when I was 19, I was dating this girl, Lucia, who lived in a really old apartment building. One night, we decided to do mushrooms together, my first time. We had a great time at first, laughing and talking about deep stuff. The walls seemed to breathe and colors were super intense, but nothing scary. Around midnight, when we were starting to come down a bit, I remembered what my great-grandmother had told me all those years ago. The memory just popped into my head, crystal clear after all that time. I don't know if it was the mushrooms making me brave or stupid, but I decided to test it out. Lucia had gone to the bathroom and I was alone in her living room. The TV was off and the apartment was quiet. "If there are any spirits here," I said out loud, feeling both ridiculous and nervous, "can you give me a sign?" The second, and I mean the literal second, the words left my mouth, her TV turned on by itself, not to a channel, just to that blue screen. My heart nearly stopped. I wasn't hallucinating this. The remote was on the coffee table, untouched. I took a deep breath and decided to push it further. "Can you give me a stronger sign so I know it's really you?" The TV turned off, then on again, then off, then on. It did this 4 times in a row. My skin was covered in goosebumps, and I felt that same cold sensation I remembered from first grade. Are you male or female?" I asked, my voice shaking now. The TV went to static, that loud white noise filling the room. Then, through the static, an image started to form. It wasn't clear, more like a shadow or outline, but it was definitely the shape of a woman, a lady. I heard Lucia flush the toilet and quickly said, "Thank you, you can go now." The TV shut off just as she walked back into the room. "Were you watching something?" she asked. I couldn't tell her what happened. I just shook my head and suggested we smoke a joint to help us sleep. She agreed and went to get her stash from her bedroom. While she was gone, I sat there trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't the mushrooms. I knew it wasn't. This was real. Exactly what my great-grandmother had told me about. We smoked the joint, and I started to relax a little. We were lying on her bed, just chilling and listening to the silence, when suddenly my phone, which was on her dresser across the room, started playing music. Not just any music. It was this old Mexican song my great-grandmother used to hum while she cooked. "Dude, your phone," Lucia said, looking confused. I got up to check it. The music app was open and playing, but I hadn't touched my phone in hours. It had been in sleep mode and neither of us had been anywhere near it. That night confirmed everything for me. My great-grandmother was right. The dawn was real, and I had it. The spirits knew I could see or sense them, and they were trying to communicate with me. In the years since then, I've had more experiences, some subtle, some undeniable. I've learned to live with it mostly. I don't actively seek them out, but I don't run from them either. My great-grandmother passed away 5 years ago, but sometimes I smell her candles and herbs in my apartment, and I know she's checking on me. That first grade encounter with the white lady in the pink dress wasn't just a random scary moment. It was the beginning of understanding who I really am and the unusual connection my family has to the world most people can't see. I still get chills thinking about that classroom, about how her eyes locked onto mine like she'd been waiting for me specifically. Sometimes I wonder if she's still out there, if she ever found whatever she was looking for, or maybe she was just the first to recognize what I was, a doorway between worlds, whether I wanted to be or not. Story 13. I still get chills thinking about what happened during my junior year at Millfield University. It's been almost 4 years since I graduated, but I swear I can still hear those sounds sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night. So I was living in this older apartment building about 2 blocks from campus called The Pines. Not the fanciest place, but decent enough for broke college students. I shared the place with 2 other guys, James and Tyler. Our apartment had this weird layout where my room, I'm Alexander by the way, shared a wall with James' room, and Tyler's room was across the small hallway facing mine. James was the gamer among us, had this ridiculous gaming setup with a subwoofer that could probably trigger small earthquakes when he was playing his war games. Tyler and I gave him endless shit about it, but he always swore he used headphones after 11 p.m. We'd been living together for about 5 months when it first happened. It was mid-October, right during midterms when sleep was already a precious commodity. I remember because I had an organic chemistry exam the next day that I was completely stressing about. I crashed around midnight after studying for hours. The next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by what sounded like World War III happening in James's room. His subwoofer was going absolutely insane. Explosions, gunfire, the works. I could hear both James and Tyler laughing and shouting at each other, which made no sense because they both knew I had a huge exam in the morning. I checked my phone. 3 a.m. exactly. Not like around 3 or sometime in the early morning. It was precisely 3 a.m. when I looked at my screen. I remember because I was calculating how many hours of sleep I'd have left if these idiots would shut up. I was beyond pissed. I threw off my covers and stomped to my door, ready to absolutely lose it on them. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, my hand touched the doorknob, everything went completely silent. Not like they turned it down, silent. It was like a vacuum had sucked every sound out of the apartment. I stood there for a second, wondering if they'd heard me getting up. I opened my door, expecting to see them scrambling to look innocent, but the hallway was dark and empty. James's door was closed, but I could see light underneath. I knocked, still annoyed, but now confused too. After a few seconds, James opened the door looking completely disoriented, hair sticking up everywhere. His girlfriend, Emma, was in his bed, also half asleep and looking confused. "What?" he mumbled, squinting at the hallway light. "Seriously? You were just blasting your game at full volume," I whispered, shouted, trying not to wake Emma more than I already had. James looked at me like I was insane. "Dude, we've been asleep for hours. Ask Emma." She nodded from the bed, looking annoyed. "We went to bed at like 11. I stood there feeling stupid, but I was also completely certain about what I'd heard. "What about Tyler? Is he up playing or something?" James rubbed his eyes. "Tyler left yesterday, remember? He went home for his mom's birthday weekend." That's when the first real chill hit me. Tyler had indeed left campus the day before. I'd completely forgotten in my sleepy state. I'd literally heard both of their voices laughing and talking just seconds ago, but Tyler wasn't even in the building, and James was dead asleep. "Sorry," I muttered. "Must have been dreaming or something." I went back to my room and sat on my bed, wide awake now. I know what I heard. It wasn't a dream. I was fully conscious, checking my phone, calculating sleep hours. The gaming sounds had been crystal clear, not muffled like you'd expect through walls. It was like the sound was everywhere in the apartment at once. I barely slept that night, and I'm pretty sure I bombed my exam the next day. I didn't mention it again because, honestly, what was I going to say? "Hey guys, I heard ghost versions of you playing video games at 3 a.m. They'd think I was losing my mind from study stress. About 2 weeks went by, and I'd almost convinced myself it was just some weird half-asleep hallucination. Then one night, Tyler burst into my room without knocking. It was around midnight and I was watching videos on my laptop. "Did you just hear that?" he asked, looking genuinely freaked out. "Hear what?" "James and his damn subwoofer. He was just blasting it and I swear I heard you guys laughing too." I felt my stomach drop. "When did it stop?" "Just now, when I opened my door to come yell at you guys." I slowly closed my laptop. "Tyler, James isn't here. He's staying at Emma's tonight because her roommate is gone for the weekend." Tyler just stood there, his face draining of color. "That's not possible. I literally just heard both of you." His war game was so loud the bass was making my water glass vibrate on my nightstand. "What time is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Tyler checked his phone. 3 a.m. exactly. "Why?" I told him about my experience 2 weeks earlier. We sat in my room talking about it for almost an hour, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe the neighbors, but we'd never heard anything from them before. A prank? But who would have access to our apartment, and why would they leave the second we opened our doors? We finally decided we were both just stressed and sleep-deprived, but neither of us really believed that. We agreed not to mention it to James yet. He'd either think we were messing with him or he'd freak out about ghosts. He was weird like that, totally fine with horror movies, but genuinely terrified of anything supernatural. Then it happened to James. Almost exactly 2 weeks after Tyler's experience, I was woken up by frantic knocking on my door. I opened it to find James standing there in his boxers, looking absolutely terrified. "Did you guys just stop playing?" he asked, his voice shaking a little. I knew immediately. "Playing what, James?" "Your game, the war game with the explosions. You and Tyler were just in Tyler's room, blasting it and laughing your asses off." Tyler's door opened across the hall. "What's going on?" he asked groggily. James looked between us, confused. "You guys weren't just playing that shooter game with the tanks and explosions?" Tyler and I exchanged glances. "What time is it, James?" I asked. He checked his phone. 3 a.m. Why? So we told him about our experiences. I've never seen someone go pale so quickly. James was literally shaking by the time we finished. What made his experience even creepier was that both Tyler and I had been in the apartment when it happened to him, but we were both sound asleep. Tyler is a notoriously heavy sleeper, and I had taken a sleeping pill that night because of insomnia. "This isn't fucking funny if you guys are messing with me," James said. "We're not," Tyler assured him. "It happened to both of us exactly the same way." We stayed up until sunrise talking about it, all too freaked out to go back to sleep. We went through every possible explanation, neighbors playing a prank, but how would they know to stop exactly when we opened our doors? Some weird acoustic phenomenon, but we'd all clearly heard each other's voices. Or carbon monoxide poisoning causing hallucinations, but why would we all hallucinate the exact same thing? The next day, James borrowed some recording equipment from the film department where he worked part-time. We set up cameras in the hallway and sound recorders in each of our rooms. For the next month, one of us would always stay awake until at least 3:30 a.m., watching and waiting. Nothing happened, not once. The phenomenon completely stopped once we were actively looking for it. Eventually, we got busy with finals, and the recordings became less consistent. By spring semester, we'd mostly put it behind us. Still creepy, but just one of those unexplainable things. We stopped talking about it, partly because we never found an explanation, and partly because it still gave us all the creeps. We finished junior year, then senior year, and graduated. I hadn't thought about the incidents for months until last weekend at an alumni event. I ran into this guy named Marcus who'd graduated 2 years before us. We got to talking about campus housing, and he mentioned he'd lived at the Pines. "Which building?" I asked, getting that familiar chill again. "Building C, 3rd floor, apartment 7, he said. "Our apartment. Did you ever experience anything weird there?" I asked carefully, not wanting to sound crazy. Marcus got this strange look on his face. "Like what kind of weird?" I don't know, like sound-related stuff? He set his drink down. Holy shit. You heard it too? According to Marcus, he and his roommates had experienced something similar, except in their case, it was always the sound of an action movie playing at full volume, with people cheering and commenting on the film. And it always happened around 3 a.m. and always stopped the moment someone opened their door to investigate. We called it the movie ghost, Marcus said. We figured it was just some spirit that wanted to enjoy movie nights with the living. 4 years later, and I still don't have an explanation. I've researched everything from infrasound to mass hysteria, but nothing fully explains what we experienced. All three of us heard the exact same thing. Gaming sounds, each other's voices and laughter, always at exactly 3 a.m., always stopping the moment we opened our doors. And apparently, it had been happening to students in that apartment for years before us. The only conclusion I've come to is that some playful spirit was messing with us. Not malicious, just playful, like it enjoyed our company and wanted to be part of our gaming sessions or something. Still, I keep my gaming headphones on these days, and I never ever play at 3 a.m. Story 14. I've been debating whether to post this for months. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm an accountant, for crying out loud. My life revolves around spreadsheets and tax codes. But what happened to me last December on Highway 46 between San Antonio and Austin has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I had a late meeting with a client in San Antonio that ran until almost 9 at night. I was exhausted and just wanted to get back to my apartment in Austin. When I got in my car and pulled up the GPS, it suggested taking Highway 46 as a shortcut because of construction on I-35. I'd always avoided that road, not for any particular reason, just heard it was isolated and poorly lit. But I was tired, it was already late, and the GPS was saying it would save me 40 minutes. Big mistake. Huge. The entrance to Highway 46 was unmarked except for a small green sign that was partially covered by tree branches. As soon as I turned onto it, the road narrowed to just 2 lanes with no shoulder, and the trees on both sides seemed to close in. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, and I immediately felt uneasy. The road was completely empty. Not another car in sight, which I thought was weird even for a weeknight. About 30 minutes in, the weirdness really started. A fog appeared out of nowhere. I don't mean a light mist, I mean a thick, impenetrable wall of white that seemed to materialize right in front of my car. 1 second the road was clear. The next I could barely see 10 feet ahead. I slowed down to about 25 miles per hour, white-knuckling the steering wheel. The fog was wrong. It moved in ways fog shouldn't move, like it was alive. It would curl around my car, pressing against the windows, almost like it was trying to look inside. The temperature in my car dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath, even though the heater was blasting. I tried calling my girlfriend to tell her I'd be late, but my phone showed no signal. The GPS was still working somehow, but the map looked strange. The surrounding areas were just blank spaces with no landmarks or town names. Just Highway 46 stretching endlessly forward. What really started to freak me out was the complete absence of anything. No gas stations, no houses, no side roads, not even a single car passed me in either direction. I'd been driving for almost an hour on what should have been a 40-minute stretch of highway, and I hadn't seen a single sign of human existence. The GPS kept saying I was on the right track, but something felt deeply wrong. Just when the panic was really setting in, I saw something ahead. 2 faint yellow lights flickering in the distance. I felt a rush of relief. Finally, another person, maybe a gas station or a diner where I could stop and get my bearings. As I got closer, my relief turned to confusion. It wasn't a car or a business. It was a house, an old decrepit 2-story house just sitting there, maybe 50 yards off the road. There was no driveway leading to it, no mailbox, no power lines, nothing connecting it to the outside world. Just this ancient house surrounded by dense trees with 2 old-fashioned lanterns casting weird, elongated shadows across what must have once been a front yard. I should have kept driving. Every instinct was screaming at me to keep going, but something compelled me to pull over. Maybe it was the thought that someone inside might have a phone I could use, or could tell me how much further until I reached normal civilization again. I don't know. It was like my rational brain just switched off. I pulled onto the shoulder, leaving my engine running and headlights on. The fog seemed to part around the house, creating a clear bubble which made no sense. I got out of my car and the silence hit me immediately. No crickets, no wind in the trees, no distant traffic, just absolute silence. The house was in terrible shape. The white paint was peeling off in large chunks, revealing rotted wood underneath. The porch sagged in the middle like it might collapse at any moment. Several windows were broken, and the ones that weren't were so dirty they were almost black. The whole place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. I took a few steps toward it, my shoes crunching on what sounded like broken glass, though I couldn't see anything on the ground. That's when I noticed movement in one of the upstairs windows. A shadow crossing slowly from one side to the other. Not the shadow of someone walking past a light. This was different. It moved too smoothly, too deliberately. I froze, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The fog had completely encircled the property now, creating a wall around the perimeter. My car seemed miles away instead of just a few yards. Before I could turn around, the front door of the house creaked open. It didn't swing open like someone had pushed it. It slowly drifted inward, revealing nothing but pitch-black darkness inside. The kind of darkness that doesn't seem natural, that seems to swallow light rather than just absence it. I stood there, paralyzed, as a figure emerged from the doorway. I couldn't make out any details except that it was tall, much taller than a normal person, and wearing what looked like a tattered robe or cloak that reached the ground. Its face was hidden in shadow, but I had the distinct feeling it was looking directly at me. The most terrifying part was how it moved. It didn't walk. It glided, as if floating just above the ground. There were no footsteps, no sound at all. It started moving toward me, and that finally broke my paralysis. I ran back to my car, nearly falling twice. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab the door handle. I jumped inside, slammed the door, and locked it, even though I knew a car door lock wouldn't stop whatever that thing was. I threw the car into drive and floored it, my tires spinning in the gravel before catching. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I couldn't bring myself to. I just drove, pushing my Honda Civic faster than it had probably ever gone, the engine whining in protest. The fog closed in again, thicker than before. I could barely see the road, but I didn't slow down. I'd rather drive off the road than encounter that figure again. The GPS screen was glitching now, the blue dot that represented my car jumping around erratically. I drove through that fog for what felt like hours, though my car clock only showed 20 minutes had passed. My throat was dry, my shirt soaked with sweat despite the cold. I kept expecting something to appear in front of me, or for that figure to somehow be in my back seat when I checked the mirror. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog vanished. 1 second I was driving through a white wall. The next, the road ahead was clear. Stars were visible in the sky again. For a moment I felt a rush of relief. That relief lasted about 10 seconds. My headlights flickered once, twice, then went completely dark. The dashboard lights followed, and then the engine sputtered and died. I coasted to a stop in the middle of the road, still too afraid to pull over to the shoulder where the trees loomed. I tried turning the key again and again, but there wasn't even a click. The car was completely dead. I sat there in the silence, my breath coming in short gasps, trying to decide what to do. There was still no cell service. I was stranded. That's when I saw it. In the distance, maybe 100 yards ahead, standing in the middle of the road, was the same figure from the house. Even from that distance, I could tell it was the same entity. The same unnatural height, the same tattered robe, the same absence where a face should be. It began gliding toward me, moving much faster than before, but still not touching the ground. I pressed myself back against my seat, frantically trying the ignition again and again, pressing every button on the dashboard, desperate for something to work. The figure was 50 yards away now. 30, 20. I could see details I hadn't noticed before. The robe wasn't just tattered, it looked ancient, like something that had been buried and dug up. It moved in the absence of wind, the rippling around the figure like it was underwater. 10 yards away, it stopped. I was hyperventilating, certain I was about to die. It raised one arm, too long, too thin to be human, and pointed directly at me. Not at the car, but at me, like it knew exactly where I was sitting behind the tinted windows. The moment it pointed, my car roared back to life. Every light came on at once, the radio blasted static at full volume, and the engine revved like someone had floored the gas pedal. I didn't question it. I slammed the car into drive and accelerated past the figure, not looking at it as I passed. I drove all the way home without stopping once, not even for gas, though my fuel light came on about 20 miles from Austin. I kept checking my mirrors, certain that thing would appear behind me, but it never did. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, it was 3 in the morning. The drive should have taken less than 2 hours from San Antonio. I'd left my meeting at 9. 4 hours had disappeared somewhere. I've avoided Highway 46 since then. I've tried researching the history of the road, looking for reports of hauntings or strange houses, but found nothing concrete. I've even driven part of I-35 that runs parallel to 46 during daylight hours, looking for any sign of that house from a safe distance, but there's nothing there but dense forest. What scares me most isn't just what I saw that night, but how it fundamentally changed my perception of reality. I can't explain what happened. I don't believe in ghosts, but I know what I experienced. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling like that figure is standing at the foot of my bed pointing at me. And in those moments, I'm absolutely certain that whatever it wasn't finished with me. It just let me go. Story 15. I still get chills thinking about it. It's been over 20 years, but I remember that night like it happened yesterday. I've never told many people about this, just my closest friends who've sworn they believe me, though I can see the doubt in their eyes. I don't blame them. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it myself. This happened back in 1998 in the suburb where I grew up on Long Island. I was 19, home from my first year of college for summer break. It was early June and the weather was perfect. Not too hot yet, with that slight chill that comes after midnight. That night, I'd gone over to my buddy Mike's house to play video games. His parents were out of town, so we were just hanging out, playing GoldenEye on his N64. We'd been friends since middle school, and his place was only about a 15-minute walk from mine. I didn't mean to stay so late. We kept saying one more match until I looked at the clock and realized it was already past 2:30 in the morning. I told Mike I needed to head out since my parents would freak if they woke up and I wasn't home. They were pretty strict about curfew, even though I was technically an adult. Mike offered to drive me, but he'd had a few beers and I didn't want to risk it. The neighborhood was safe, at least that's what we all thought. And I'd walked home from his place countless times before, so I decided to walk. The streets were completely empty as I left Mike's house at around 2:45. Our suburb was the kind of place where everything shut down by 10 and you'd rarely see anyone out after midnight. The streetlights were on, casting those orange-yellow pools of light every 100 feet or so, but between them, it was pretty dark. I remember feeling peaceful at first. The air was cool, and the silence was broken only by the sound of my sneakers on the pavement and the occasional distant hum of a car on the highway about a mile away. I was taking my usual route home, down Maple Street, then a right on Oakwood Drive, another right on Cedar Lane, and then straight to my house. I'd made it about halfway, just reached the intersection of Oakwood and Pine, when something made me stop. I can't explain what it was exactly. Not a sound, more like a feeling, like when you sense someone watching you. I looked around trying to figure out what had triggered that feeling. That's when I noticed it. About 3 or 4 intersections ahead of me, under one of the streetlights, there was a figure. At first, I thought it was just someone else walking late at night, but something seemed off. The figure was standing completely still, directly under the light, and it appeared to be wearing something white, blindingly white, almost reflective under the streetlight. I squinted, trying to make out more details. That's when I realized what was wrong. The proportions were impossible. The figure was way too tall to be a normal person. Way, way too tall. My first thought was that someone was playing a prank, maybe on stilts or standing on something, but there was nothing there for them to stand on. Just pavement. And the figure wasn't wobbling or struggling to balance. It was perfectly still. Then it moved. Not toward me, but just a slight shift in posture that made my stomach drop. That tiny movement confirmed this was a real thing, not just a weird shadow or my eyes playing tricks on me. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then the figure started walking, not in my direction, but crossing the intersection ahead. Its movements were smooth, almost gliding, and with each step, I became more certain that what I was seeing wasn't human. It was tall, impossibly tall. Its head was level with, no, higher than, the stop sign at the intersection, and it moved with a grace that seemed unnatural, like it wasn't bound by the same physics as everything else. That's when fear hit me like a physical force. It wasn't a gradual build-up. It was instant and overwhelming. Every instinct in my body screamed danger in a way I'd never experienced before or since. I didn't think. I turned and ran, not toward my house. That would have meant moving closer to whatever that thing was. Instead, I cut through a side street, taking a much longer route home. The way I ran was strange too. I've always been reasonably athletic, but I've never moved like that before. It felt like my feet were barely touching the ground, like I was practically floating over the pavement. My breathing should have been ragged. I was sprinting full out, but it wasn't. Everything felt weird and wrong. I didn't look back until I'd run almost a mile out of my way, looping around to approach my house from the opposite direction. When I finally did, the streets behind me were empty. Whatever I'd seen was gone, or at least not visible from where I stood. I made it to my block and slowed down, trying to catch my breath and make sense of what had happened. That's when I saw it again. It was at the far end of my street, at least 6 or 7 houses away. The white figure glowing under another streetlight, and it was looking in my direction. I couldn't make out a face. It was too far away, and the white, whatever it was wearing, seemed to obscure its features, but I knew it was looking at me. I fumbled for my house key, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get it into the lock. Just before I got the door open, I looked back one more time. The figure had moved closer. It was now only about 4 houses away, and I could see just how tall it really was. Its head was level with the middle of the stop sign at the corner. A normal stop sign stands about 7 feet tall. This thing's head reached well above that. Its shoulders were nearly at the height where a normal person's head would be. I got inside, locked the door, and collapsed on the floor of our entryway, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break my ribs. I crawled to the living room window and peered out through a tiny gap in the curtains. The street was empty. Whatever I'd seen was gone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on until sunrise, jumping at every sound. My parents found me there in the morning and assumed I'd fallen asleep watching TV. I didn't correct them. What could I say? That I'd seen some kind of giant in a glowing white outfit stalking our neighborhood, but I couldn't let it go. That afternoon, after I'd finally gotten a few hours of sleep, I went back to that intersection. I stood where I'd seen the figure and looked at the stop sign. Then I went home, got a tape measure, and went back. I measured from the ground to the middle of the stop sign where the figure's head had been. 10.5 feet. Whatever I'd seen was around 10.5 feet tall. I've spent years trying to rationalize what I saw that night. Was it someone in costume? Some kind of projection? A hallucination? I wasn't drunk or high. I hadn't been sleep deprived. There was no reason for me to start seeing things. The most disturbing thing wasn't just how tall it was, though. It was the deliberateness of its movements, the way it seemed to be moving with purpose. This wasn't some random encounter. It felt like that thing was there for a reason, maybe even there for me. For weeks afterward, I refused to go out after dark. When I finally did, I drove everywhere. Even just to go a few blocks, I kept expecting to see that figure again, standing under a street light or at the end of a dark street. But I never did. I've spent a lot of time on forums and websites dedicated to strange encounters, looking for similar stories. I found a few accounts of extremely tall humanoid figures, but nothing that exactly matches what I saw. Most tall entity encounters happen in rural areas or forests, not in the middle of a suburban neighborhood under streetlights. What terrifies me most isn't just that this thing existed, it's the questions I can't answer. Why would something like that be in our neighborhood? What did it want? Where was it going? Was it following me, or did I just happen to cross its path? And the worst question, is it still out there? I've moved away from Long Island since then. I tell myself it wasn't because of that night, but sometimes I wonder. I still don't walk alone at night if I can avoid it. I still get nervous when I'm under streetlights. And I still find myself looking up sometimes, measuring the height of stop signs against what I saw. The rational part of me wants to believe there's some explanation. Maybe it was someone playing an elaborate prank. Maybe it was some kind of optical illusion caused by the streetlights and shadows. Maybe I was more tired than I realized, and my mind filled in details that weren't there. But another part of me knows what I saw. Something not human was walking through my neighborhood that night, something that moved with purpose and awareness, something that noticed me. And sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night and my mind wanders back to that encounter, I wonder, did I just happen to see it that one time? Or had it been there all along, walking those same streets I'd grown up on, just out of sight? I don't have answers. All I know is what I saw. A figure in white, impossibly tall, moving through the streets of my suburban neighborhood at 3 in the morning. And sometimes, that's enough to keep me awake until dawn. Story 16. I still wake up sweating at night, thinking I'm back on that stretch of highway. The doctors say it's PTSD. Maybe they're right, but they weren't there with me and Ethan 3 months ago, so they don't know what we experienced wasn't just trauma, it was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist in our world. It was supposed to be a simple road trip. Ethan and I had been planning it for months, a guy's weekend exploring ghost towns in northern Arizona. We're both into that urban exploration stuff, taking photos of abandoned places and learning the history. Nothing crazy, just some harmless adventure that would give us cool stories and Instagram posts. We left Denver around 6 in the morning that Saturday. The plan was to drive straight through, stopping only for gas and food. Ethan had mapped out this route that would take us through some lesser-known highways. More scenic, he said, less traffic. God, I wish we just stuck to the interstate. The first 8 hours were completely normal. We took turns driving, blasted our road trip playlist, stopped at a diner for lunch where I had the worst chicken sandwich of my life. Looking back, I realize how precious those normal moments were, how quickly everything can change. It was around 4 in the afternoon when we turned onto Highway 371. I'd never heard of it before. It wasn't on any of our maps, but Ethan's GPS insisted it was a shortcut that would save us about 40 minutes. The road looked fine at first, 2 lanes, decent pavement, cutting straight through the desert. But something felt off almost immediately. The landscape changed. The desert looked different. The colors were wrong somehow, too muted, like we were looking through a dirty window, and the air felt heavy inside the car, even with the AC on full blast. "You notice anything weird?" I asked Ethan, who was driving. He shrugged. "It's just desert, Jake. All looks the same after a while." But it wasn't the same. There were no other cars, no signs of life at all, no birds, no roadside stops, nothing. Just endless sand and scrub brush stretching to the horizon. The GPS signal started getting spotty too, cutting in and out every few minutes. We'd been on that highway for about an hour when we saw it, a white sedan parked on the shoulder with its hazard lights blinking. From a distance, it looked like someone had just pulled over to make a call or check something. Normal stuff. "Should we stop?" Ethan asked, already slowing down. I nodded. "Yeah. They might need help." Cell service had disappeared completely about 20 minutes earlier. We pulled up behind the car, A white Toyota Camry, probably 10 years old. The hazards were flashing and the driver's door was open slightly, but there was nobody inside or anywhere nearby, just empty desert in all directions. "Hello?" Ethan called out, peering into the car. "Anybody need help?" I walked around to the passenger side. The keys were still in the ignition. There was a water bottle in the cup holder, half full, a phone charger plugged in, but no phone, no wallet, no signs of struggle. Just an empty car with the door open and hazards on. "This is weird," I said, feeling a chill despite the heat. "Where would they go? There's nothing out here for miles." Ethan shrugged. "Maybe they got picked up by someone else or walked to find help. And left their keys in this heat?" I shook my head. "Makes no sense." We looked around for another 15 minutes, calling out, checking to see if anyone was nearby. Nothing, just that eerie silence that seems to swallow your voice in the desert. "We should go," I finally said. "We can report it when we get somewhere with service." Ethan nodded, looking relieved. Neither of us wanted to admit how creeped out we were. Back in our car, I took over driving. The sun was starting to get low, casting long shadows across the highway. I remember checking the time, 5:43, and calculating that we'd reach the next town before dark if we kept going at a decent speed. We drove in silence for about 20 minutes. The whole experience with the abandoned car had put us on edge. The music that had seemed so upbeat earlier now felt jarring, so we'd turned it off. "What the hell?" Ethan suddenly sat up straight, pointing ahead. There, about a quarter-mile down the road, was a white sedan with hazard lights blinking. "No way," I said, slowing down. "That can't be the same car." But it was, the same white Toyota Camry, parked in exactly the same way. Driver's door slightly open, hazards blinking, same license plate, same water bottle in the cup holder. "This isn't possible," Ethan said, his voice cracking. We drove straight. There's no way that car could have gotten ahead of us. I pulled over behind it again, my hands shaking on the wheel. Maybe it's a different car, has to be. But we both knew it wasn't. Everything was identical, down to the little pine tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror. "We need to get out of here," Ethan said. "Right now." I didn't argue. I hit the gas hard, speeding past the abandoned Camry without stopping. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what we'd just seen. Maybe someone was messing with us, but how and why? The sun was setting now, casting an unnatural reddish glow over everything. The landscape seemed to shift and change in the dying light, rock formations appearing where I could have sworn there was nothing before. We drove for another hour, barely speaking. The tension in the car was suffocating. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following us. But there was nothing, just empty road stretching behind us, until we came around a bend, and there it was again, the white Camry, hazards blinking in the growing darkness. "This isn't happening," I whispered. "This isn't possible." Ethan was pale, his knuckles white where he gripped the dashboard. "Drive faster. Don't stop this time." I floored it, the speedometer climbing past 90. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We flew past the Camry, and I kept my eyes locked on the road ahead, refusing to look at it. 10 miles later, our car began to sputter. "No, no, no," I chanted, watching the temperature gauge spike into the red. Steam started billowing from under the hood. "Not now. Please, not now." The engine died completely about 30 seconds later. I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, my stomach in knots. It was dark now, the only light coming from our headlights and the stars above. No moon that night, just vast, endless darkness surrounding us. Ethan tried his phone again. "Still no service," he said, his voice tight with fear. I popped the hood and got out with my phone's flashlight. I know a little about cars, but even I could tell this wasn't a simple fix. Something had ruptured in the cooling system, and the engine was way too hot to even touch. "We're stuck here," I said, when I got back in the car, "at least until morning." Ethan didn't respond. He was staring out the windshield, his face a mask of terror. "What?" I turned to follow his gaze, and that's when I saw it. About 50 yards ahead, illuminated in our headlights, was a figure. At first, I thought it was a person, maybe the driver of the Camry. But as I looked closer, I realized it wasn't human, not even close. It stood too tall, maybe 7 feet, and too thin, like someone had stretched a person out like taffy. Its skin was pale, almost translucent in our headlights. Its face, God, its face. I still see it in my nightmares. Hollow where the eyes should be, just empty sockets that somehow still seem to be looking right at us, and its mouth, too wide, filled with jagged, uneven teeth. Neither of us said a word. We just watched, frozen, as the thing began to move toward us. It didn't walk normally, more like it glided, its feet barely seeming to touch the ground. "We need to run," Ethan whispered, his voice barely audible. "Right now." I couldn't move, couldn't think. That thing was getting closer, and all I could do was stare. Ethan shook me hard. "Jake, we need to go." That snapped me out of it. I grabbed my phone and water bottle. Ethan did the same. We threw open the doors and ran, not along the highway where that thing was, but straight out into the desert, away from the road. I could hear it behind us. Not footsteps, but a weird sliding sound, like something being dragged across sand, and a noise that might have been breathing but sounded more like static on an old TV. We ran until our lungs burned, stumbling over rocks and cacti in the darkness. My phone's flashlight bobbed wildly, casting crazy shadows that made it seem like there were things moving all around us. Finally, we collapsed behind a large rock formation, gasping for breath. I risked a look back toward the highway, and my blood went cold. Our car's headlights were still visible, but they looked much further away than they should have been, as if we'd run for miles, not minutes. And there was something wrong with them. They were flickering, dimming, and brightening in an unnatural rhythm. "Do you see it?" Ethan whispered. "The thing?" I shook my head. "No, but I don't think we're safe." We sat there for what felt like hours, barely breathing, listening for any sound of pursuit. The desert night was freezing and we weren't dressed for it, just t-shirts and jeans. My phone was down to 20% battery. "We need to try to get back to the highway," I said eventually. "Find help." Ethan looked at me like I was insane. "Are you serious? That thing is out there, and we're going to freeze to death out here if we wait until morning," I argued. "Plus, my phone's dying. We won't even have a light soon." He didn't have a better suggestion, so we started making our way back toward where we thought the highway was. But something was wrong. No matter how long we walked, the headlights of our car didn't seem to get any closer. They were still visible, but always at the same distance, like they were moving away from us at the same speed we were approaching. "This isn't possible," Ethan kept saying. "We should have reached the road by now." My phone died at around 3 in the morning, plunging us into total darkness. We had to hold hands just to stay together, stumbling blindly through the desert. The temperature kept dropping. My teeth were chattering so hard I thought they might break. Dawn finally came after what felt like days, but it wasn't right. The sun rose, but it was dim, like it was being filtered through something, and the desert around us, it wasn't the same place we'd run into the night before. The landscape was wrong, distorted somehow, rock formations twisted into impossible shapes, and the highway, our car, they were gone. Just endless desert in all directions. "Where are we?" Ethan's voice cracked. He looked terrible, pale, shaking with dark circles under his eyes. I had no answer. We walked all day hoping to find the road, another car, anything, but there was nothing. Just that twisted desert landscape that seemed to shift when we weren't looking directly at it. As the sun began to set again, we saw lights in the distance. Headlights. Hope surged through me for the first time in hours. "Someone's coming!" I shouted, waving my arms frantically. We ran toward the lights, relief making me dizzy. As we got closer, I could make out the shape of a car parked on what looked like a road. It was a white Toyota Camry, hazard lights blinking. Driver's door slightly open. I woke up 3 days later in a hospital in Flagstaff. A trucker had found me unconscious on the side of Highway 17. over 100 miles from where Ethan and I had been. Severe dehydration, they said, exposure, possible head injury that might explain my confused state. Ethan was never found. Our car was discovered on Highway 371, hood up, doors open, no signs of struggle, no evidence of anyone or anything else being there. The police think he wandered off into the desert and got lost. They've stopped looking. I've tried to find information about Highway 371, about other disappearances there, about anything that might explain what we experienced, but there's nothing. According to every map I can find, that stretch of road where we saw the Camry doesn't exist, but I know what I saw, what we both saw. Something is out there, on a highway that shouldn't exist, trapping people in a place that isn't quite our world. And I can't shake the feeling that it isn't finished with me yet. I see white cars with hazard lights everywhere now, and sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something tall and thin watching me from a distance, waiting. Story 17. I've been a trucker for 16 years now, and I've seen plenty of weird stuff on the road. Hallucinations from sleep deprivation, strange lights in the sky, even a few accidents that still make me shudder when I think about them. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, compares to what happened to me last October on Route 13. I haul pretty much anything that pays the bills. That night I was transporting canned goods from Chicago to Dallas. Nothing special, just a regular job. My dispatcher offered me a bonus if I could make better time than scheduled, so I decided to take Route 13 through Missouri instead of sticking to the main highways. It's less traveled, which means less traffic, and I figured I could make up some time. The route cuts through some seriously empty parts of Missouri. We're talking miles and miles of nothing but trees and the occasional farmhouse. I don't mind the solitude usually. It's one of the reasons I became a trucker in the first place. That night was different though. It was cold as hell for October, temperature hovering just above freezing. I remember checking the weather report before heading out, and they were predicting possible frost overnight. I had my thermos of coffee and my playlist of podcasts to keep me company. Everything was normal until about midnight. The fog came out of nowhere. 1 minute the road was clear. The next I was driving into what looked like a solid wall of white. It wasn't like any fog I'd seen before. It was unnaturally thick and seemed to swallow my headlights. I slowed down immediately. You don't survive long in this business by taking stupid risks. My radio, which had been playing some late-night talk show, suddenly turned to static. I tried changing stations, but all I got was the same harsh white noise. I switched it off, figuring I must have hit a dead zone. That happens sometimes in remote areas. Then my engine stuttered, just once, but enough to make my heart skip a beat. My truck is well maintained. I check everything personally before long hauls. The fuel gauge showed plenty of diesel, and there were no warning lights on the dashboard. Everything seemed fine, but that little hiccup had me on edge. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. A lone figure walking along the side of the highway. No reflective gear, no flashlight, nothing but what looked like an old leather jacket. In that fog, in the middle of nowhere, at midnight, in near-freezing temperatures. I slowed down even more. My first thought was that it must be someone whose car had broken down, someone who needed help. In these remote areas, cell service is spotty at best, and on a night like that, exposure could be deadly. I've always believed in helping fellow travelers. Road karma, we call it. I pulled over about 50 feet ahead of him, put on my hazards, and grabbed my flashlight. The fog was so thick I could barely see 10 feet in front of me, but I figured he'd walk toward my truck. When he didn't appear after a minute, I decided to walk back and find him. The cold hit me like a slap when I stepped out of the cab. The silence was absolute. No cars, no wildlife, not even the wind. Just my footsteps crunching on the gravel shoulder and my breath forming clouds in front of my face. My flashlight carved a tunnel through the fog, but it felt like the white mist was trying to push back against the beam. I found him standing exactly where I'd first spotted him, completely motionless. As I got closer, I realized something was off. His skin was pale, almost translucent in the flashlight beam. His clothes, not just the leather jacket, but his entire outfit, looked weathered in a way that spoke of years, not days or months. The style reminded me of something from the 70s. "Hey buddy, you need a ride somewhere?" I called out, trying to sound friendly despite the unease creeping up my spine. "It's freezing out here." He didn't respond, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. I moved closer, thinking maybe he hadn't heard me. That's when I saw his eyes. They were cloudy, unfocused, like someone with severe cataracts, and they didn't register my presence at all. He was looking straight ahead, but I got the distinct impression he wasn't seeing anything in this world. My flashlight flickered, and I tapped it against my palm, cursing under my breath. When the beam stabilized, the man had finally moved. His head was tilted slightly, like a dog listening to a high-pitched sound. The movement wasn't natural. It was too jerky, too mechanical. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get back to my truck, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, staring at this person, who clearly wasn't right. "Sir, are you okay?" My voice came out as barely more than a whisper. The man's head snapped toward me with that same unnatural movement. For a split second, I thought he was finally acknowledging me. Then, without a word, he turned and walked into the woods beside the highway. His gait was strange, too smooth, like he was gliding rather than stepping. The fog seemed to part for him and then close around his form until he disappeared completely. I don't remember running back to my truck. One moment I was standing there staring into the woods, and the next I was fumbling with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. I locked all the doors before starting the engine. The truck started without any issues this time. I pulled back onto the road and drove well above the speed limit, fog be damned. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see that figure standing in the middle of the road behind me. The fog stayed thick for about 5 miles, then suddenly disappeared as if someone had flipped a switch. I didn't stop driving until I reached a rest area about 40 miles down the road. My hands were still trembling, and I realized I'd been holding my breath without even knowing it. The rest area had a small diner attached to it, one of those 24-hour places that cater to truckers and other night owls. There were only 2 other customers inside, an elderly couple who looked like they were on a long road trip. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with graying hair and tired eyes, greeted me with a nod. I ordered coffee, needing something to calm my nerves. While waiting for my coffee, I noticed a local map pinned to the wall. It showed the surrounding counties, with various towns and landmarks marked. My eyes were drawn to a spot just a few miles from where I'd seen the man. It was labeled Sable Grove, abandoned. When the waitress brought my coffee, I pointed to the map. "What's Sable Grove?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She followed my finger and something changed in her expression. "Old logging town, been abandoned since the 80s when the mill closed down. Nothing left now but a few rotting buildings." She gave me a searching look. "Why do you ask?" I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. "I think I saw someone walking along Route 13, near there, in the fog." The coffee cup slipped from her hand and clattered on the table, spilling hot coffee everywhere. She didn't seem to notice. "You saw him?" Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "The walker?" A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the spilled coffee soaking into my jeans. "What do you mean, the walker?" She grabbed some napkins and started mopping up the coffee, her movements jerky and distracted. "You're not the first trucker to see him. It's been happening for years." She glanced at the elderly couple, then leaned in closer. "Back in '74, there was this trucker, young guy, had a wife and baby at home in Tulsa. He was hauling lumber from the Sable Grove mill when his truck went off the road during a foggy night, much like tonight." She straightened up, tossing the soaked napkins into a nearby trash can. The crash wasn't that bad, but his legs were pinned. This was before cell phones, and that stretch of road wasn't traveled much, especially at night. He was trapped in that cab for 3 days before someone found him. By then, it was too late. I felt the blood drain from my face. And people see him now, walking along the road. She nodded grimly. Only truckers, and only on foggy nights. He tries to flag them down, I guess hoping someone will help him this time, but he never speaks, never gets in the trucks. He just walks away. Into the woods, I whispered. That's where they found his truck, she confirmed. About 100 yards into the tree line, it had rolled down an embankment. I pushed my coffee away, my appetite gone. Why haven't I heard about this before? I've been driving these routes for years. Most truckers who see him don't talk about it. Who wants to admit they saw a ghost? And the companies that run these routes don't exactly advertise that their stretch of highway is haunted. She shrugged. Besides, he doesn't appear that often, maybe once or twice a year. I paid for my coffee and left a generous tip, more out of shock than generosity. Before leaving, I asked one more question. Has anyone ever followed him? Into the woods, I mean. The waitress's face went pale. There was a trucker about 5 years ago, Joe something. He told people at this very diner that he was going to follow the walker next time he appeared, said he wanted to help the poor soul find peace. She swallowed hard. They found his truck abandoned on Route 13 a week later. Joe was never seen again. I left the diner in a daze, my mind racing. Part of me wanted to dismiss the whole thing as local superstition, a story told to scare newcomers. But I couldn't shake the memory of those cloudy eyes, that unnatural movement. I've changed my routes since then. I don't drive through Missouri at night anymore, and I avoid Route 13 completely. Some of my fellow truckers have noticed and asked why. I tell them it's because of the fog, which isn't exactly a lie. But sometimes when I'm alone in my cab on a dark highway, I find myself checking my mirrors more often than necessary, and whenever fog rolls in, I turn up my radio to drown out the silence, half afraid it might turn to static, because I know he's still out there, the walker of Route 13, forever trying to flag down help that came too late, forever walking into the fog, forever trapped in his final moments. And sometimes I wonder, what would have happened if I had followed him into those woods? Story 18. I still can't explain what happened to me at that print shop. It's been over 5 years, but I get goosebumps every time I think about it. I worked at Franklin's Print and Copy in downtown Mapleton for almost 7 years. The shop was in this old 2-story brick building right on the town square, sandwiched between the hardware store and what used to be Denise's bakery. The building always had this weird energy about it. When I first started working there, my boss Mike mentioned it used to be the Harvest Table restaurant back in the 80s, and before that, it was a doctor's office for decades. That's all anybody seemed to know about its history. Mike wasn't the type to care about that stuff anyway. My desk was positioned where I could see the old wooden staircase leading to the second floor. We mainly used the upstairs for storage, old printing equipment, paper stock, that kind of thing. I never liked going up there alone. The steps creaked like crazy, and there was this old wooden handrail separating the hallway from a drop to the staircase below. The whole layout was strange, like it wasn't designed to be a business in the first place. I noticed weird things right from the beginning. At first, it was just feelings. That sensation of being watched, especially when I was working late. I'd be the only one there, printing someone's wedding invitations or whatever, and suddenly feel like someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around in my chair, heart racing, but no one was ever there. Then I started seeing the shadows. This wasn't just once or twice. This happened multiple times every day. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye and look up to see what looked like a shadow going up the stairs. Not like someone's shadow cast on the wall, more like a dark figure moving by itself. I told myself it was just tricks of the light. The building had these old windows that let in weird patterns of sunlight throughout the day. My co-workers noticed stuff too. Trish, who worked the front counter, refused to go upstairs after 3 in the afternoon. She said the air up there got heavy later in the day. Dave, our production manager, once came running down the stairs swearing he heard someone whisper his name right in his ear. We all laughed it off, but I could tell he was genuinely freaked out. I remember one morning I came in early to finish an urgent project. It was around 6:30, still dark outside, and I was the only one there. I was setting up the large format printer when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Heavy, deliberate steps. I called out, "Hello, Mike, is that you?" No answer. The footsteps continued to the top of the stairs, then stopped. When I gathered the courage to look, there was nobody there. I almost quit that day. But what happened in the summer of 2013 is what really gets me. It was a Wednesday afternoon in July, hot as hell outside. The air conditioning in the building was struggling, making this constant humming noise. I had been working on a big order of business cards for a local real estate company. Around 2 o'clock, I needed to grab more cardstock from upstairs. As I reached the top of the stairs, I felt that familiar sensation of being watched, but much stronger than usual. The hair on my arms stood up despite the heat. I hurried to the supply closet, grabbed what I needed, and started back toward the stairs. That's when it happened. I was walking past the handrail that separated the hallway from the open space above the staircase. You know how sometimes you just sense someone's there and you look up? That's what happened. I turned my head to the right, and there, floating at eye level, was a face. Not a full body, just a head and part of a neck, suspended in midair. It was an elderly man with a completely round, bald head and these prominent ears that stuck out. He had deep-set eyes behind old-fashioned round glasses and thin lips pressed together. His expression wasn't threatening, it was confused, like he was just as surprised to see me as I was to see him. I froze completely. We locked eyes for what felt like forever, but was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. I blinked, and he was gone, just vanished. The cardstock I was holding scattered all over the floor as I bolted down the stairs. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost. Well, I had, because Mike immediately asked what was wrong. I couldn't even form words. I just pointed upstairs, shaking. Mike and Dave went to check, but found nothing. They thought I was overreacting or maybe had low blood sugar or something. I sat at my desk with a glass of water trying to calm down, but I couldn't shake the image of that face from my mind. So clear, so detailed, so real. I considered quitting after that, but I needed the job, and honestly, part of me wondered if I had imagined it. I started avoiding going upstairs alone. If I needed something, I'd ask Dave to go with me. He thought I was being ridiculous, but always went along with it. Over the next few months, I continued to see the shadows on the stairs and feel that presence, but the face never appeared again. I started researching the building's history, hoping to find something that might explain what I'd seen. The local library had limited information. I found out the building was constructed in the 1890s, but there were no details about who built it or all the businesses that had occupied it. I did learn that it had indeed been a doctor's office before becoming a restaurant, but nobody could tell me the doctor's name or anything specific. The county records office wasn't much help either. It was like the building's past had been partially erased. About 2 years after my encounter, Mike sold the business. The new owners didn't want to keep the print shop in that location. We all got laid off, and the building was sold to a woman named Elaine, who planned to open a quilting and fabric store. I found a job at an office supply chain in the next town over. Life moved on, but I never forgot that face. Last year, around Christmas, I was back in Mapleton doing some holiday shopping. I noticed Elaine's quilting corner was open in the old print shop building, and on impulse, I decided to go in. The place had been completely transformed, bright, colorful, and warm. Nothing like the somewhat dingy print shop it used to be, but the stairs were still there, though they'd been refinished and painted white. Elaine was working behind the counter. After browsing for a few minutes, I introduced myself as a former employee of the print shop. She was friendly and excited to meet someone who knew the building's previous life, as she called it. "You know, we've done quite a bit of research on this place since buying it," she said. "The history is fascinating." My heart rate picked up a little. "Oh, what did you find out?" She smiled. This building was built by a doctor named James Lancaster in 1893. He ran his practice here until he died in 1928. Then his son took over, Dr. Augustus Lancaster, though apparently everyone called him Gus. He practiced here until he retired in the 60s. The place was empty for a few years, then became a restaurant, then your print shop, and now us. I felt a chill run down my spine. Do you know what they look like? The doctors, I mean. Actually, yes. When we were renovating, we found some old photographs in a box in the attic space. We had them framed. Would you like to see? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Elaine led me toward the staircase. We hung them right here by the stairs. We thought it was fitting. As we approached, I felt that familiar feeling of being watched. Elaine pointed to two framed black and white photographs mounted on the wall beside the staircase. The first showed an older man with a full beard in Victorian-era clothing. James Lancaster, she explained. Then she pointed to the second photo. And this is his son, Gus Lancaster. I nearly collapsed. The room seemed to spin around me. There, in the yellowed photograph, was the exact face I had seen floating beside the staircase years before. The round, bald head, the prominent ears, the thin lips and round glasses, every detail matched perfectly. And the most chilling part, the photo was hung in the precise spot where I had seen his apparition. "Are you all right?" Elaine asked, grabbing my arm to steady me. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't tell her. What would I say? Yes, I've seen him, right here in this exact spot. Instead, I mumbled something about feeling lightheaded from the heat in the store. Before I left, I asked if she or her employees had experienced anything strange in the building. She hesitated, then admitted that sometimes they heard footsteps on the stairs when no one was there, and occasionally items would be moved overnight. "But it's an old building," she said with a nervous laugh. "They all have their quirks. I've never gone back to that building. I don't think I ever will. Sometimes I try to rationalize what happened. Maybe I saw an old photograph somewhere and forgot about it, or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw." I looked into the eyes of Dr. Gus Lancaster that day, a man who'd been dead for decades. What haunts me most isn't the fear of seeing him again. It's wondering why he appeared to me. Of all people, was he confused about who I was? Did he think I was intruding in his space, or was he trying to tell me something? I'll never know. But whenever I drive through Mapleton and pass the town square, I can't help but glance up at those second-floor windows, wondering if he's still there, watching people come and go in what he probably still considers his building. Story 19. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm still not sure if sharing my experience will help or just make me sound completely insane. But I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not immediately suggest I check myself into a psychiatric facility. About 2 months ago, I moved into what I thought was my dream house. After years of living in cramped apartments with paper-thin walls and neighbors who thought 3 a.m. was the perfect time to practice their drum solos, I finally found a place I could afford that had actual space. We're talking 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a yard, and, the selling point that made me sign the lease immediately, a backyard pool with a slide. An actual slide. I felt like I'd won the lottery. The house also had this fancy door system with a keypad. You punch in your code, and it locks and unlocks automatically. The landlord said it was for security, and I thought that was pretty cool. One less thing to worry about. The first few weeks were amazing. I invited some friends over for a housewarming, had my family visit, and spent more evenings than I'd like to admit sliding into that pool with a beer in hand. Everything was perfect. Too perfect, I guess, because that's when things started getting weird. It began exactly 3 weeks after I moved in. I'd gone to bed around 11, after double-checking that all the lights were off and doors were locked, a habit from living in less secure neighborhoods. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper usually, but something jolted me awake at exactly 3 in the morning. I remember checking my phone and seeing the time, 3 a.m. on the dot. At first, I thought maybe I'd heard something, but the house was completely silent. Then I noticed light coming in under my bedroom door. I distinctly remembered turning off every light in the house before going to bed. I always do. My first thought was that I'd forgotten one, but as I opened my bedroom door, I realized all the lights were on, every single one. The hallway, the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room, all blazing bright like it was the middle of the day. But that wasn't even the worst part. The front door was wide open, not just unlocked, fully open, letting in the cool night air. I rushed to close it, heart pounding, wondering if someone had broken in. I checked every room, every closet, under every bed. Nothing, no one, nothing missing either. I even checked the security system, which showed no evidence of the door being unlocked or opened since I'd set it before bed. I convinced myself I must have been more tired than I thought and forgotten to close the door properly. Maybe a gust of wind had pushed it open. The lights? Well, maybe I'd been sleepwalking. I'd never done it before, but there's a first time for everything, right? A few nights later, I fell asleep on the couch watching some mindless reality show. Again, I woke up suddenly, this time around 2 in the morning. The TV was still on, casting a blue glow across the living room. But something felt off. That prickling sensation on the back of your neck when you know you're not alone. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move, when I saw him. In the kitchen, which opens to the living room, there was a man. Not just any man. This guy had no hair, not like a clean-shaven bald, but like he'd never had hair at all. And his head was wrong, too large for his body, misshapen somehow. But the worst part was his face. He was smiling, not a friendly smile, but this wide, unnatural grin that stretched across his face. He was just walking back and forth in my kitchen, opening drawers, looking at things, then putting them back. So casual, like he lived there, like I was the intruder. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. My phone was dead on the coffee table. I'd fallen asleep watching videos and drained the battery. So I just lay there, pretending to be asleep, watching this stranger through barely open eyes as he rummaged through my kitchen for what felt like hours, but was probably only about 10 minutes. Then, he stopped. He turned and looked directly at me. I swear he knew I was awake. His smile got even wider, something I wouldn't have thought possible. And he just walked out of the kitchen, through the living room and out the front door. I heard it close behind him. As soon as I was sure he was gone, I jumped up and ran to the door. It was closed and locked. The automatic lock was engaged. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken windows, nothing disturbed. According to the security system, the door hadn't been opened since I came home that evening. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat on the couch with all the lights on, a kitchen knife in my hand, waiting for him to come back. He didn't. The next day, I went to work in a daze. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That a strange, bald man with an unnaturally large head was in my house. But he didn't steal anything, didn't hurt me, and somehow got through a locked door without leaving any evidence. They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. When I got home that evening, my front door was wide open. Again. This time, I was absolutely certain I'd closed and locked it. I even remembered the beep of the security system confirming the lock had engaged. I did a full sweep of the house, but nothing was missing or out of place. That night, I went to bed early, exhausted from lack of sleep the night before. I made sure every light was off, every door and window locked. I even put a chair against my bedroom door, something I hadn't done since I was a kid, afraid of monsters in the closet. At exactly 3 in the morning, I woke up again. The chair was still in place against my door, but I could see light coming in from underneath, and I could hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate footsteps, pacing back and forth. I lay there, frozen under my covers, listening to those footsteps for what seemed like hours. Eventually they stopped, and the lights went out. I didn't leave my room until the sun came up. The next day was my day off. I spent most of it researching security cameras online. I ordered a set that would arrive in 2 days. In the meantime, I decided to get some food from a place down the street. I needed to get out of the house for a bit to clear my head. I was gone maybe 20 minutes. When I came back, the front door was open again, wide open, like someone had just walked through it and couldn't be bothered to close it behind them. That was when I snapped. I grabbed a steak carving fork from the kitchen, the biggest, sharpest thing I could find, and started searching the house room by room, throwing open closet doors, checking under beds, even looking in the attic. Nothing. No one. I spent that night at a friend's place, making up some story about a plumbing issue at my house. I didn't tell him about what was happening. How could I? It sounded insane even to me. The next morning I went back home, half expecting to find the place ransacked or burned down, but everything was normal. The door was closed and locked, the same as I'd left it. Nothing was out of place. I started to wonder if I was experiencing some kind of mental break. Maybe the stress of the move, the new job, the financial strain of the new place was getting to me. Maybe I was hallucinating or sleepwalking or both. I was sitting on my bed, Googling symptoms of various mental health conditions when I saw him. The man with the too large head and the unnaturally wide smile standing in my doorway, staring at me in broad daylight. I sprang up, ready to confront him, to catch him, to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. But when I reached the doorway, there was no one there, no one in the hallway, no one in any of the other rooms, no one in the house at all. That's when the really terrifying part began. I started seeing him everywhere, reflected in the bathroom mirror when I was brushing my teeth, standing in the yard when I looked out the kitchen window, sitting in my car when I approached it in the parking lot at work, always with that same fixed, unnatural smile, always gone when I looked again or tried to get closer. I stopped sleeping more than an hour or two at a time. I'd jolt awake, certain he was in the room with me, watching me. Sometimes the lights would be on again, or the door would be open, but increasingly nothing would be disturbed. He'd just be there, watching, smiling. The security cameras arrived, and I installed them immediately, one covering each entrance to the house, one in the hallway, one in the living room. I checked the footage obsessively, but there was never anything there. Even when I saw him standing at the foot of my bed in the middle of the night, the camera mounted on the dresser showed nothing but an empty room. I'm writing this now because last night was the worst yet. I woke up at 3, always 3, to find him sitting on the edge of my bed, not standing in the doorway or the corner of the room, but sitting right there, his weight making the mattress dip, his smile wider than ever. I screamed and lashed out, expecting my hand to go through thin air, proof that he was a hallucination. But I felt him. I felt the fabric of his shirt, the solidity of his arm. He felt real. Then he leaned in close to my face and whispered something. I couldn't make out the words. It wasn't even like a language I've ever heard, but the sound made my blood run cold. Then he got up and walked out, and I heard the front door open and close. The cameras caught nothing. According to them, I was alone in the house all night, and the doors never opened. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm writing this from a hotel room because I can't go back to that house. I don't know if I'm being haunted or stalked, or if I'm having some kind of psychotic break. All I know is that something is very wrong, and I'm terrified of what might happen next time I see him, because I know there will be a next time. He'll find me. He always does. Story 20. I've never been the type to believe in paranormal stuff, ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. I always thought it was just people's imagination or something they could explain away if they really tried. But what happened at my dad's place last month has seriously messed with my head, and I still can't make sense of it. For context, I'm 23, and I was staying at my dad's apartment for a couple weeks while my place was being fumigated. He lives with my stepmom in this older building downtown, not ancient or anything, but probably built in the 80s. It's a decent size, 2 bedrooms, with this long hallway that connects the living room to the kitchen and bedrooms. The first few days were totally normal. I'd hang out with them in the evenings, and during the day I'd either be at work or just chilling in the guest room. My dad and stepmom both work full-time, so I often had the apartment to myself. They have this fat orange cat named Milo who mostly sleeps all day, so it was pretty quiet. It started on a Thursday night. My dad and stepmom had gone to bed around 10, and I was still up watching Netflix in the living room. The layout is important here. The living room has this heavy wooden door that separates it from the hallway. It's one of those doors that sticks a bit, so you have to give it a good push to open or close it properly. My dad always keeps it closed at night because the TV noise can travel down the hall to their bedroom, so I'm sitting there around midnight watching some crime documentary with the volume low when I hear this long, slow creaking sound. At first, I didn't even look up, but then I realized it was the living room door opening, not being flung open or anything dramatic, just slowly opening. When I finally looked over, the door was standing wide open, which was weird because 1, that door is heavy and doesn't move easily. 2, I distinctly remember my dad closing it when he went to bed. 3, it doesn't just drift open, you have to pull it with some force. My first thought was, Milo must have somehow pushed against it, though I'd never seen him do that before. I looked around for him, and he was fast asleep on the other end of the couch, hadn't moved in hours. I felt this weird chill then, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the door wasn't properly closed to begin with. I got up, walked over, and firmly shut it, even giving it an extra push to make sure it clicked into place. I even turned the handle to check it was properly latched. It was definitely closed. I went back to watching my show, but now I was distracted. About 15 minutes later, I heard the same creaking sound, slow, deliberate. I looked over, and the door was opening again, moving inch by inch until it was completely open. The apartment was dead quiet except for the low volume of my show. No AC running that could cause a draft, no windows open, no way that door should be moving. I sat there for a minute just staring at the open doorway. The hallway beyond was dark, and for some reason I felt like I shouldn't go near it. Eventually, I forced myself to get up and close the door again, this time turning off the TV and heading to the guest room. I told myself I was just tired and imagining things. The next night, I was in my room doing some work on my laptop. I have this little makeup station in the corner with all my stuff laid out. There was a brand new bottle of red nail polish sitting right at the edge. I remember it clearly because I'd just bought it that day and hadn't even opened it yet. I was typing away when I heard a sharp clatter from the direction of my makeup table. When I looked over, the nail polish bottle was on the floor and red polish was spreading across the hardwood. The weird thing was, I was alone in the room, and the bottle had been sitting securely on the flat surface, not near any edge where it might fall off. It was like someone had deliberately knocked it over. I cleaned up the mess, feeling increasingly uneasy. When my stepmom came home later, I casually asked if the apartment had ever experienced any strange occurrences. I was hoping she'd laugh it off, but instead, she got this serious look on her face. "Funny you should ask," she said. "Something weird happened to me last week." She told me she'd been alone in the apartment watching Netflix. Yes, we're a Netflix family, when she heard a noise coming from the kitchen. She paused her show and looked toward the hallway, and that's when she saw it. A dark figure moving around the corner from the kitchen to the hallway. Not like a full-bodied apparition or anything, just this shadow that seemed to retreat as soon as she spotted it. The creepiest part was what she did next. Instead of investigating, her instinct told her to pretend she hadn't seen anything. She unpaused her show and acted like everything was normal, even though her heart was racing. She said she felt like whatever it was watching her, waiting to see how she'd react. I didn't tell her about the door or the nail polish then. I didn't want to freak her out more, and part of me was still trying to find logical explanations. The third incident happened 2 nights later. It was around 1 in the morning and everyone was asleep except me. I was having trouble sleeping and was just scrolling through my phone when I heard a loud clatter from the kitchen, like something had fallen over. My first thought was that Milo had knocked something down, so I got up to check. When I reached the kitchen, the lights were off and everything looked normal at first glance. But then I noticed the door to the small pantry was closed. That door is usually kept open because it's where they keep Milo's food. I opened it and found a plastic bucket that had been sitting on a shelf, now lying on its side on the floor. The bucket wasn't damaged and nothing had fallen on it. It was like someone had deliberately taken it off the shelf, placed it on the floor, and then closed the door. By this point, I was seriously freaked out, but still trying to rationalize everything. Maybe the bucket had been precariously balanced, but then why was the door closed? The final incident is what still gives me chills, even writing about it now. It was a Tuesday afternoon. My dad was at work, my stepmom was at her sister's place, and I had the apartment to myself. I was in the bathroom doing my makeup for a job interview. The bathroom has this weird layout where you can't see the door from the mirror. I was focusing on doing my eyeliner when I distinctly heard someone call my name. Oliver. It wasn't a whisper or anything vague. It was clear as day, sounding exactly like my dad's voice. I figured he must have come home early from work. "Yeah, in the bathroom," I called back. I waited for a response but didn't hear anything. After finishing my eyeliner, I stepped out into the hallway. "Dad?" I called out. No answer. The apartment was completely silent. I checked every room, the living room, kitchen, both bedrooms, even looked out on the small balcony. No one was there. The front door was locked from the inside, just as I had left it. I called my dad immediately, and he confirmed he was still at work, a good 30-minute drive away. My stepmom was also definitely not home. She was sending me pictures from her sister's place at that exact time. Someone, or something, had called my name in my dad's voice, and I have no explanation for it. After that, I couldn't stay there anymore. I made up an excuse about my apartment being ready early and moved back to my place the next day. I haven't told my dad or stepmom the full extent of what happened, just mentioned the door thing casually, and they brushed it off as a draft or the building settling. But I know what I experienced. The progression still haunts me. From a door moving on its own, to objects being manipulated, to a shadow being seen, to finally something that could mimic my father's voice. It was like whatever was there was getting more bold, more personal with each incident. What freaks me out the most is the intelligence behind it all. This wasn't random creaking or things falling due to natural causes. The incidents felt deliberate, almost like tests to see how we would react. The way my stepmom described feeling watched, like it was waiting to see her response. That's exactly how I felt when the door opened or when I heard my name. I've tried researching the history of the building, but there's nothing particularly notable or tragic associated with it. My dad and stepmom are still living there and haven't reported anything unusual since I left. Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was attached itself to me specifically, but I haven't experienced anything in my own apartment. I still don't know what to believe. I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, but I can't explain what happened in that apartment. Was it really a ghost? Some kind of energy? Or is there a perfectly logical explanation I'm missing? All I know is that something was there in that apartment with us. Something that could move objects, make noise, and eventually speak. Something that was watching us, learning about us, and the thought of that still keeps me up at night. Story 21. I've been driving trucks for 27 years now. Most of what you hear about the life is true. The long hours, the back pain, the crappy food. What they don't tell you is how the road can mess with your head. But what happened to me last month on Route 62, I still can't explain it. I've thought about it every day since, and I'm still not sure if writing this down will help or just make it worse. But I need to tell someone. It was supposed to be a standard haul from Denver to St. Louis. Nothing I haven't done 100 times before. I had a full trailer of consumer electronics, TVs, computers, that kind of stuff, scheduled for delivery early the next morning. The weather was clear, traffic was light, and I was making good time. I remember feeling pretty good about life, even singing along to some old Merle Haggard on the radio. Around 11 that night, I was about halfway through my route when I started feeling the familiar heaviness in my eyelids. Nothing dangerous yet, but I knew the signs. 27 years teaches you not to mess around with drowsy driving. I spotted a sign for a rest area coming up in 5 miles and decided to pull over for a quick power nap and some coffee from my thermos. The rest area was one of those older ones, just a gravel lot with a couple of picnic tables and bathrooms that looked like they hadn't been cleaned since the 90s. No lights except what spilled from the bathroom building. When I pulled in, I noticed there was only one other vehicle there, an old Peterbilt that had seen better days. Must have been from the 80s, with faded red paint and a lot of chrome that had dulled with age. Something about it looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. I parked a few spaces away and shut down my engine. The silence hit me immediately. That deep country silence you only get miles from civilization, where you can almost hear the stars. I grabbed my thermos and decided to use the bathroom before catching some sleep. As I walked past the other truck, I noticed the driver was still inside, just sitting there staring straight ahead, not on his phone, not reading, not sleeping, just staring. I gave him a friendly nod, trucker courtesy, you know, but he didn't respond. His face was in shadow, but something about his stillness made me uneasy. I figured maybe he was on a hands-free call or something. "Nice night," I called out, trying to be friendly. Nothing, not even a glance. The bathrooms were as nasty as I expected, but I've seen worse. When I came back out, the other driver was in exactly the same position, hadn't moved an inch. I remember thinking it was weird, but not weird enough to dwell on. This job, you meet all kinds of people. Some just want to be left alone. I climbed back into my cab, poured some coffee, and closed my eyes for 20 minutes. When I opened them again, I immediately looked over at the red Peterbilt. It was gone. I didn't hear it leave, which was strange. A diesel engine starting up right next to you isn't something you sleep through easily, but I figured I must have been more tired than I thought. I checked my watch, 12:15 a.m. Still plenty of time to make my delivery window. Back on Route 62, the road was practically deserted, just me and the occasional passenger car. The coffee had done its job and I felt alert again. I settled into that driving zone truckers know well. Not quite autopilot, but a comfortable rhythm where the miles just flow under your wheels. About 30 minutes later, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. Another truck coming up fast behind me. Too fast, really. I was doing 65, and this guy had to be pushing 80. As the headlights got closer, I could make out the shape of the cab, a red Peterbilt. My first thought was it couldn't be the same truck from the rest area. Coincidences happen, but as it got closer, I could see the faded paint, the dull chrome. The same truck, no doubt about it. The driver flashed his high beams at me, once, twice, 3 times. I wasn't blocking him. There was plenty of room to pass on the empty highway, but he stayed right on my tail, close enough that I couldn't even see his headlights in my mirrors anymore, just the glow lighting up my trailer. I sped up to 70, thinking maybe he was in a hurry and wanted me to move faster. The Peterbilt matched my speed exactly, staying right on my bumper. I pushed it to 75, which was pushing it for my load. Same result. What the hell is this guy's problem? I remember saying out loud to myself. I spotted an exit coming up for some small town and decided to pull off. Let this aggressive idiot go on ahead. I hit my signal, slowed down, and took the ramp without looking back. The town was dead quiet, one of those places where they roll up the sidewalks at sunset. I drove through the empty main street, planning to circle back to the highway after putting some distance between me and my unwanted companion. When I checked my mirror again, my heart nearly stopped. The red Peterbilt had followed me off the exit. It was still behind me, maintaining the exact same distance. I made a random turn down a side street. The Peterbilt turned too. I made another turn and another. Each time, the truck behind me followed without hesitation, like it knew exactly where I was going. My palms were sweating now, and my heart was hammering in my chest. This wasn't normal road rage or some jerk playing games. This felt targeted. I picked up speed, taking turns at random, trying to lose him in the grid of residential streets. At one point, I glanced in my mirror and didn't see the headlights. I felt a moment of relief, thinking I'd lost him. Then I looked in my driver's side mirror and saw the Peterbilt turning onto the street parallel to mine. Somehow, he knew where I was going to be. I got back to the main road and floored it, heading back toward the highway. My logical mind was trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe the guy was lost and thought I knew where I was going. Maybe he was drunk or high. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something worse. Back on Route 62, I pushed my rig as fast as it would go, the engine protesting as I hit 80. For a few blissful minutes, there were no headlights behind me. I started to relax, thinking maybe the whole thing was over. Then my CB radio crackled to life. "Remember me, Morrison?" I nearly drove off the road. How did he know my name? I hadn't told anyone my name at the rest stop, and I keep my CB off most of the time these days. Too much nonsense and politics on the channels lately. I picked up the handset with a shaking hand. "Who is this? How do you know my name?" Static answered me. Then, "Look in your mirror." I didn't want to. Every instinct told me not to, but I couldn't help myself. The red Peterbilt was back, closer than ever, and now I could see the driver clearly in my mirror. His face was illuminated by the glow of his dashboard, and he was staring directly at me with a wide, unnatural grin, a grin that stretched too far across his pale face. But what made my blood run cold was that I recognized him. Not from the rest area earlier that night, from somewhere else, somewhere in my past. I dropped the handset and focused on driving, pushing my truck even harder. There was a turnoff about 5 miles ahead that led to a more populated area. If I could just make it there, the headlights behind me suddenly disappeared, just vanished, like someone had flipped a switch. I frantically checked all my mirrors, but the road behind me was empty. The relief was immediate, but short-lived, because when I looked back at the road ahead, there he was, standing in the middle of the highway, about 100 yards in front of me. The man from the Peterbilt, perfectly still. Grinning up at me, I slammed on my brakes, the trailer jackknifing slightly before I got it under control. The truck screeched to a halt about 20 feet from where he stood. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just kept grinning. Then he started walking toward my truck. Slow, deliberate steps. I fumbled for the gear shift, ready to reverse, when my engine suddenly died. The dash lights flickered and went out. I turned the key frantically, but nothing happened, not even a click. The man stopped just outside my driver's side door. Up close, I could see his face clearly in the moonlight. His skin was gray and waxy, his eyes sunken but reflecting light like an animal's. And that grin, God, that terrible grin, revealing yellowed teeth. But it was his clothes that finally made everything click into place. A faded trucker cap with a company logo I hadn't seen in years. A plaid jacket with the right sleeve torn at the elbow. "You don't remember me, do you, Morrison?" His voice was like gravel being crushed. "But I remember you. April 15th, 2001. Your first solo haul, Route 62, mile marker 137. And suddenly I did remember my first long haul after getting my CDL. I was young, inexperienced, pushing too hard to make my delivery time. It was late, I was tired, and I drifted across the center line for just a second. There was a crash. They told me the other driver didn't make it. I was cleared of major charges. The investigation found he'd been drinking, his blood alcohol well over the limit. But I've carried the guilt all these years. The man outside my window tilted his head at an impossible angle. 22 years I've been waiting for you to come back this way, Morrison. 22 years watching truckers pass by, looking for your face. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice breaking. "It was an accident. I was young and stupid. I'm so sorry." He stared at me for what felt like forever, his grin never faltering. Then he placed a hand on my door, a gray, bloodless hand with dirt under the fingernails. "Sorry won't bring me back," he said, "but it's a start." He stepped back from my truck and vanished, just gone. 1 second there, the next second empty air where he'd been standing. My engine suddenly roared to life on its own, gauges lighting up, everything normal. I sat there shaking for several minutes, unable to move, unable to process what had just happened. Eventually, I put the truck in gear and drove. I didn't stop again until dawn, when I pulled into a crowded truck stop and collapsed in my sleeper berth, physically and emotionally drained. I made my delivery in St. Louis. I've done several hauls since then, but I've rerouted every trip that would take me on Route 62, adding hours to my drive times. My dispatcher thinks I'm crazy, but I don't care, because sometimes, even now, when I check my rearview mirror on a dark stretch of highway, I see headlights in the distance, headlights that disappear when I look again, and I can feel him watching me, following me, waiting for me to come back to Route 62. Story 22. I still can't explain what happened that night on I-40, and I'm not sure I want to. It's been 3 weeks, but I haven't slept right since. I keep seeing her face when I close my eyes. I've been driving trucks for 23 years, and nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It was a Thursday night, around 1 in the morning. I was hauling furniture from Nashville to Flagstaff behind schedule because of construction delays outside of Memphis. I'd been on the road for almost 16 hours straight, stopping only for fuel and bathroom breaks. My eyes were getting heavy, and the white lines on the asphalt were starting to blur together. I knew I needed to stop before I became another statistic, another trucker who fell asleep at the wheel. I spotted a truck stop just off exit 123. Can't remember the name now, just that old neon sign flickering in the darkness, some of the letters burnt out. It was one of those independent places, not a chain, the kind that's been there forever. The parking lot was nearly empty, just 3 other rigs and a couple of cars. That should have been my first warning. Even at that hour, truck stops are usually busier. I pulled my Peterbilt into a spot at the far end of the lot, away from the other trucks. Force of habit. I like my space and quiet when I sleep. The lot's security lights were dim, casting long shadows across the cracked asphalt. The temperature display on my dash read 37 degrees, and a light fog was rolling in, giving everything this hazy, dreamlike quality. Before trying to sleep, I decided to grab a coffee and maybe something to eat. Walking across that empty parking lot, I felt this weird prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I turned around, but there was nobody there, just the fog swirling around the lampposts. Inside, the diner was practically deserted, just an old couple in a booth by the window and a guy in dirty work clothes hunched over a cup of coffee at the counter. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, making everything look sickly and pale. The place smelled like burnt coffee and grease. The waitress looked about as tired as I felt. Her name tag read Linda, and she had that 1,000-yard stare you get from working graveyard shifts for too many years. I ordered black coffee and a slice of apple pie, then took a seat at the counter, a few stools down from the other trucker. While waiting for my coffee, I noticed a bulletin board near the restrooms, covered with the usual stuff: business cards, local ads, community notices. But what caught my eye was this faded missing person poster. It showed a young woman, maybe mid-20s, with long dark hair and a serious expression. The paper was yellowed and curling at the edges like it had been there for years. Before I could get a better look, the other trucker slid over to the stool next to mine. He was a wiry guy, probably in his 60s, with leathery skin and bloodshot eyes. He introduced himself as Bill and asked where I was headed. Flagstaff, I told him, not really in the mood for conversation. He nodded slowly, staring into his coffee. "You been driving this stretch long?" "Long enough," I said. "About 20 years now." "Ever notice anything strange out here?" His voice dropped lower, almost to a whisper. I shrugged. "Like what?" He glanced around as if making sure nobody was listening. "People disappear on this road. Truckers, hitchhikers, tourists just vanish. No trace." I've heard my share of trucker ghost stories over the years. Every highway has its legends. I figured he was just another lonely old-timer trying to spook the new guy, even though I wasn't new. "Is that right?" I said, trying to sound interested enough to be polite. 3 truckers in the past year alone," he continued, tapping his finger on the counter for emphasis. "1 minute they're checking in with dispatch, the next, nothing. Trucks found abandoned, drivers gone." Linda brought my coffee and pie, giving Bill an eye roll behind his back. Clearly she'd heard his stories before. "You best be careful out there," Bill said, getting up to leave. especially at night. Something ain't right on this stretch of I-40. He dropped a few bills on the counter and shuffled out, the bell above the door jingling as he left. I ate my pie and drank my coffee, trying to dismiss his words as nonsense. But a strange uneasiness had settled in my stomach that wasn't from the greasy diner food. When I got back to my truck, the fog had thickened. I could barely see the diner's neon sign from where I was parked. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, another habit, and settled into my bunk in the sleeper compartment. I was exhausted, but found myself staring at the ceiling, Bill's words echoing in my head. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start to a faint tapping sound. At first I thought it was just the wind or maybe branches hitting the truck, except there weren't any trees nearby. I lay still, listening. It came again, a distinct tap, tap, tap on my passenger side window. My first thought was that it might be another trucker needing help, or maybe someone from the diner. I checked my watch, 3:17 in the morning. I'd been asleep for just over an hour. I pulled myself out of the bunk and into the driver's seat. The interior of the cab was cold, my breath visible in the dim light from the dashboard. I peered through the passenger window, expecting to see another driver. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. A young woman stood outside my truck, her pale face just inches from the glass. She had long dark hair that hung in wet strands around her face, and she was wearing what looked like a white dress or nightgown. But what struck me most were her eyes, wide with terror and desperation. Even through the fog-streaked window, I could see they were an unusual light blue, almost colorless. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I might be dreaming or hallucinating from lack of sleep, but she was still there when I looked again, more solid and real than any dream. "Are you okay?" I called out, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the quiet cab. She didn't answer. Instead, she pressed her hand against the window. Her palm left a smeared reddish print on the glass. Blood. Her hand was covered in blood. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Part of me wanted to start the engine and drive away, but I couldn't leave someone who needed help. What if she'd been attacked or in an accident? I reached for the door handle on the driver's side, thinking I'd get out and go around to her. But as soon as I opened my door, I heard a soft gasp. When I looked back at the passenger window, she was gone. The sudden disappearance startled me more than her presence had. I jumped out of the truck, my boots hitting the asphalt with a thud that seemed unnaturally loud in the silent parking lot. The fog swirled around my legs as I walked around to the passenger side. There was nobody there, no footprints in the damp ground, no sign anyone had been standing there moments before. But on the window was the smeared handprint, dark and unmistakable against the glass. I called out, thinking she might have run between the trucks or toward the diner. My voice echoed across the empty lot. No answer. I jogged toward the diner, wondering if she'd gone there for help. The place was dark now, closed sometime after I'd left. The only light came from a small lamp in what must have been the office. I cupped my hands against the glass and peered inside. Empty. The parking lot was just as deserted. The other trucks were still there, but I couldn't bring myself to knock on their doors and ask if they'd seen a bleeding woman in a white dress. It sounded crazy even to me. I went back to my truck, heart still racing. The handprint was still on the passenger window, ruling out the possibility that I'd imagined the whole thing. I climbed back into the cab and locked the doors again, my hands shaking slightly. I sat in the driver's seat, unsure what to do. Call the police and tell them what exactly. I was reaching for my phone when the tapping started again. This time, it was on the driver's side window, right next to my head. I jerked away so violently that I hit my head on the ceiling of the cab. Slowly, I turned to look out the window. She was there again. Her face just inches from mine, separated only by the glass. Up close, I could see details I'd missed before. Her skin wasn't just pale. It had a grayish, waxy quality to it. The white dress was soaked and dirty, with dark stains across the front, and her eyes, they seemed to reflect light like an animal's. "Please," she said, her voice somehow inside my cab despite the closed window. It was soft and raspy, like she'd been screaming for hours. "Help me, don't let him take me." "Who?" I asked, my own voice barely a whisper. "Who's trying to take you?" Her eyes widened, and she looked over her shoulder into the fog. The fear on her face was so raw, so genuine, that I felt it in my own gut. "He's coming," she whispered, turning back to me. "He always finds me. He won't let me leave." Before I could ask anything else, she let out a piercing scream that seemed to vibrate through the entire truck. Then she simply dissolved. One moment she was there, solid and real, and the next she was like smoke being blown away in the wind. I sat frozen in my seat, unable to process what I'd just seen. The handprint on the passenger window was gone too, like it had never been there. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I switched on every light the truck had. Headlights, fog lights, cabin lights, everything. The beams cut through the fog, illuminating nothing but empty asphalt and the silhouettes of the other trucks. I pulled out of that parking lot so fast I nearly sideswiped a guardrail. I didn't care about being tired anymore. All I wanted was to get as far away from that place as possible. As I accelerated onto the interstate, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Through the fog, I could just make out a figure standing at the edge of the parking lot, watching my truck. Not the woman. Someone else. Someone tall and dark, just a silhouette against the glowing sign of the truck stop. I drove straight through until morning, fueled by adrenaline and fear. When the sun finally came up, I convinced myself that I'd experienced some kind of hallucination from exhaustion. It happens to truckers sometimes. Sleep deprivation plays tricks on your mind, but then I remembered the missing person poster in the diner. I can't be certain, but I think the woman in that faded photograph had the same long, dark hair, the same serious expression as the woman outside my truck. I finished my delivery in Flagstaff and took a different route back east. I haven't driven that stretch of I-40 since, and I don't plan to. I also haven't told anyone else about this until now. Who would believe me? Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I think I see her in my peripheral vision, standing on the shoulder of the road. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep in my bunk, I hear that faint tap, tap, tap on my window. I don't look anymore. I don't want to know if she's found me again.